See 2512. See 2512. It was currently late at night, and the stars and moon in the sky were covered by thick clouds. The quiet lake was very dark, and from time to time a cold wind would blow across the lake. Qin Xiang stood at the side of the lake and looked at the huge lake. He felt a strange chill, and used Dao Heart Eye to float in the sky to look down. Ah! Qin Xiang could not help but exclaim softly. At the same time, he took a deep breath of cool air, because this was simply too scary. These golden specks of light were the hearts of the black hares human, meaning that there were countless black hares human under the lake. If there were only 10 or so of them, Qin Xiang had planned to have Xia Beiling kill them and study them. But with so many black hares human down there, and he didn't know how strong they were as a whole, he didn't dare act rashly. Little scoundrel, what did you see? Xia Beiling, who was inside the Yu Yao mountain villa, could also feel a bit of the black hares human's aura. Seeing that Qin Xiang had not moved even after such a long time and did not say a word, she knew that Qin Xiang must have seen an incredible thing. Sister Beiling, we should leave this place as soon as possible. With that said, Qin Xiang teleported away and left the lake. What's going on? Xia Beiling asked anxiously. Below the lake are those black hares human. I estimate that there are at least a few 100,000 of them. When Qin Xiang thought about it, he could not help but feel chills down his spine. Furthermore, there is a relatively big thing down there. Just now, when he was floating in the air, he could only see a portion of the lake, but it was already a few 100,000. If it was the entire lake, millions of black hares human would definitely have it. Other than this, he also saw a relatively large heart. Previously, when he was in the city using the Dao Heart Eye to look at the black hares humaness that were captured alive, he could already see the golden heart of the black hares human. This was also how he estimated the number of black hares human below the lake. But just now he saw a relatively large heart. He didn't know what it was. It looks like this natural law guardians is not only filled with humans. There must be other beasts as well. I wonder how strong those beasts are. Qin Xiang replied, that lake is like a hornet's nest. Could it be that the natural law guardians has not awakened? Xia Beiling frowned. In that case, it's best not to disturb them. I never thought that there would be so many of these. I wonder how many of these things were created in the past. Qin Xiang nodded. He continued to search for places with water. Since the 3 profound wastelands have been sealed, there must be a lot of them, Xia Beiling said. It is very possible that it is just a natural law guardians below the lake that was disturbed, which is why a small portion of them escaped. There should be a large portion of them that have yet to awaken. Sister Beiling, is there any Dao sovereign with a cultivation level like yours in profound wasteland? Qin Xiang asked. Definitely. Xia Beiling also knew the meaning behind Qin Xiang's words. Seems like even the existence of Dao sovereigns are unable to stop the black hares human, and could even be killed by the black hares human. Qin Xiang found a small pond and discovered that there were 6 spots of light below. There should be 6 black hares human Sister Beiling, we should be able to make a move now. There are only 6 of them. Qin Xiang said to Xia Beiling. All right, I'll go now. When Xia Beiling came out of the Yu Yao mountain villa, he looked at the lake below him. After taking a deep breath, he released his spatial energy to sense the bottom of the lake, and very quickly he could sense the black hares human below him. They are all very strong. These are all at least Dao I plus realm. Xia Beiling was shocked. Seems like they are just small fries. Little June is already that terrifying. Qin Xiang's mouth twitched. It's all because those people were too lazy back then. I only asked the heavens to create these guys to help them manage the world. I never would have thought that such a mistake actually happened. Xia Beiling snorted, then used the power of SPAC to teleport all of the black hares human out from under the pool, at the same time slicing all of their limbs. Black hares human didn't die. It was only that his 4 limbs were separated by the SPAC. now that he had gained the ability. Black Hair's human was very angry, and his body released waves after waves of berserk energy. Chen Xiang used the Dao Heart eye at the side and discovered that the golden heart in Black Hair's human's body had instantly changed color and used powers of different attributes. Humph! Xia Beiling did not expect the Black Hair's human to struggle so much. She rushed forward and smashed the heads of the Black Hair's humaness with her palm. SMAs. HI, plussing them into the divine sense CS. He shouldn't be able to resist any more. Xia Beiling said, These fellows' hearts are all very strange. They can transform Dao energy into different attributes. Chen Xiang said, then took out the heavenly magic sword and dissected it. He pulled out a heart that looked like it was made of gold. This is something created by the heavenly law. Of course, it's not simple. Xia Beiling watched on from the side as well. Unexpectedly, these Black Hair's human S did not bleed at all. Xia Beiling also took out a short sword. She wanted to take a look at a heart, but she had to struggle to cut open a Black Hair's human's chest. Your sword is truly not simple. Xia Beiling had easily taken out the heart when she first saw Chen Xiang, but it was extremely difficult for her. It was only when Chen Xiang saw how difficult it was that he realized the toughness of the Black Hair's human skin and flesh. Did you find anything? Xia Beiling asked. Right now, I only know that the heart is a bit special. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and then released a bit of profound Tao power from it to envelop a Black Hair's human's body. But there was no reaction. Weird, these fellows are unable to break the formation set up by the profound Tao power. They should be afraid of it. Qin Xiang said, but there's no reaction right now. Try taking a look at the heart. The hearts of these Black Hair's human S are more important. Xia Beiling said. Qin Xiang nodded his head when he used the profound Tao power to pour into the golden heart of the Black Hair's human. He realized that the golden heart was trembling, and he continued to pour in. Boo! Oh. The golden heart had actually exploded. What's going on? Can't the heart absorb too much of this profound Tao power? Qin Xiang said in pleasant surprise. Looks like this is the Black Hair's human's weakness. So you're saying that when killing Black Hair's human, the fastest way is to drive that profound Tao power into their hearts? Xia Beiling frowned. He looked at the golden heart in his palm, which looked like a golden eagle, glowing with a gold light. It should be like this. Qin Xiang nodded. Looks like we need to think of a way to cultivate this profound Tao power, Xia Beiling said. With so many Black Hair's human, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Qin Xiang continued to study Black Hair's human's corpse and heart. He felt that there must be some other secret. C. 2513. C. 2513 Qin Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye, as well as his own unique method to sense the structure within the Black Hair's human's body. Seeing Chen Xiang's forehead filled with sweat, Xia Beiling knew that Qin Xiang was studying it very carefully. Did you find anything? Rest first. Although you are only sitting here, I can see that you have consumed quite a bit. Xia Beiling helped Qin Xiang wipe his sweat. Yes, there are some major discoveries. Qin Xiang frowned. It's very strange. There are many of these tiny particles in the heart of these Black Hair's human. Qin Xiang spread out his palms, which were filled with golden granules, like thin sand. What is this? Was it made in the heart? Xia Beiling also felt that this was unbelievable. Yes, Chen Xiang said. I feel that each grain contains profound Tao power. Oh, how much does a grain contain? Xia Beiling very carefully took out a small grain. These granules are the most terrifying part. Many of the hearts that we just detonated did not explode. Look around. Many of them were scattered. Qin Xiang said. Xia Beiling walked around in a circle, releasing some light, and sure enough, he saw a lot of SHI plus New York little golden particles on the ground. Those particles didn't explode. If all of them exploded, I might have sustained serious injuries. Chen Xiang couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Then he took out a bit of profound Tao power from the 6 realms mirrors and injected it into a small grain. Bang! There was actually a very strong explosion. Sure enough, Chen Xiang took a deep breath. These hearts are too dangerous. Luckily, you didn't manage to get much profound Tao power just now. Xia Beiling was surprised. These fellows are clearly training in profound Tao power, but why are they so afraid of it? For it to explode the moment it touches? Xia Beiling did not understand. I don't know either. It might have been a weakness left behind by the heavenly Tao when it created them. They can use the powerful profound Tao power, but they are also afraid of the profound Tao power, especially the area of the heart. Chun Xiang said, "Then, do we have any way to cultivate the profound Tao power quickly?" Xia Beiling asked again. "Looks like we need to find some herbs to refine the pellet. This way we can quickly acquire the profound Tao power." "That won't be necessary. I do have a way." Qin Xiang said, "We can learn these black hairs human S and also cultivate a heart." "How do I learn?" Xia Beiling never thought that Qin Xiang would have such an idea. She thought about it and didn't know how to realize it. If we want to cultivate profound Tao power, we will first have to absorb the Tao Qi here, which contains a tiny bit of profound Tao power, and this bit of profound Tao power will only go once inside our body, then run out. When we run out, we will need to guide it into the furnace to burn it, and only after the refinement will it be absorbed into our body, storing it in the divine sensi. Qin Xiang said, "You told me this before, but if our alchemist were to cultivate, it would be much easier." Xia Beiling nodded his head. "But even so, it's still rather slow because we first have to absorb a lot of Tao Qi, and the profound Tao power S are very thin." Qin Xiang nodded. "So we need to cultivate a heart that can only absorb profound Tao power. This is the case for these black hairs human S, and they even managed to cultivate out a special kind of tiny pellet that was specially used to store profound Tao power S inside the heart. How should I train?" Xia Beiling thought for a while. She didn't think of this. "Don't tell me we are going to change their heart to ours? I don't want to." "Of course not. Their heart of the profound way is naturally born, and it has a very serious flaw." Qin Xiang said, "We want to refine it ourselves. It requires a large amount of profound Tao power. It is equivalent to us putting our own hearts into a large amount of profound Tao power to soak, and refining them into the heart of the profound way. If it succeeds with every beat of our heart, we will absorb a large amount of profound Tao power and condense it into tiny crystals by ourselves, just like these black hairs human S. Moreover, we won't have their fatal flaw." "Will it work? Where are we going to find a large amount of profound Tao power to refine our hearts?" Xia Beiling shook his head. "This is too difficult." "It's not difficult. Let's go back to the city first." Qin Xiang said, "I already have a way. If I succeed, I'll let you try again. Then let Hongqing and Xiang Yin try again." "All right, I knew that you had a lot of evil ideas. I believe in you." Xia Beiling laughed, then entered Qin Xiang's Yao Mountain Villa. Qin Xiang tidied up Black Hair's human's corpse and returned to the city. By the time he returned, the sky was almost bright. During the day, only this kind of city was safe. However, these cities were all extremely crowded. It was impossible for Chen Xiang to even find a quiet place to stay, but they were all houses. "I can only enter my own divine sense sea world. I wonder if I can succeed here." Chen Xiang was helpless. He could only enter the Yao Mountain Villa. When he entered the city, he found out that many people had done the same thing, and when they rested, they had all been in his real divine sense sea world. However, there was one big drawback to this, and that was that the Tao Qi was absorbed extremely slowly. This city was already very crowded, and everyone was training trying to absorb more Dao Qi in order to cultivate more profound Tao power, which resulted in the city's Dao Qi being extremely spa. RSE, it's impossible to absorb them here. Chun Xiang sighed helplessly. Looks like I have to ask around to see if there are any medicinal herbs that can produce Dao Qi, and the Dao Qi contains profound Tao power. Only the Taoists in the fantasy world have a profound Tao power. Perhaps there will be medicinal ingredients that can directly produce profound Tao power S and can refine them into pills. Xia Beiling said, as long as we can find one, we can immediately start. There are a lot of plants that can be planted here. Xia Beiling had stayed in there for so long. How could he not know about Chun Xiang's creator's well? That was a very scary and mysterious thing to her, and also the reason why she was so attached to Chun Xiang. All right, looks like it isn't what I expected. Chun Xiang came out from the Yao mountain villa and asked around on the streets. After asking around for an entire day, he found that the ingredients were extremely valuable here. It was not like the time where he could go out to pick them, where going out now was equivalent to him stepping into a coffin. Hence, he did not sell them. These profound stones were stones that he had created using the profound Tao power. C. 2514. C. 2514, although the profound wasteland was facing the threat of the black hairs human. As if they were in the apocalypse, the people in these cities were still divided into different ranks. And the most important part was that it was divided according to the hunting black hairs human. To be able to kill black hairs human meant that he had absolute strength. There, he would be respected and be able to enjoy abundant resources. For example, every month, they would have to pay a certain number of profound cultivation stones to the city lord's mansion. A portion of these profound cultivation stones were given to the warriors who were guarding the city, because these warriors could face death at any time. If the city was breached, these warriors would have to come out and defend, which was equivalent to paying a protection fee. At this time, Chun Xiang was on the street and saw a few people from the city lord's mansion going to each other's houses to retrieve their Xian Dao stones. He didn't have to hand in too many Xian Dao stones every month. It was only 10, but he would be able to condense them in 10 days. As long as his family paid 10, it would be relatively easy. Chun Xiang's current profound Tao power was very weak, unlike these people who grew up here. He did not cultivate in the profound Tao power since young. Thus, he was unable to condense a profound stone. He had also seen these profound stones before. There were small round beads that contained pure profound Tao power S. They were all for the small teams in the city to use, so they would be able to become stronger after using these profound stones. Now understood the weakness of the black hairs human. The black hairs human was extremely afraid of the profound Tao power. The more profound Tao power one could cultivate, the easier it would be to deal with the black hairs human. The experts of the cities here all knew this, and this was the reason why they could protect the city. How can I get a Xian Dao stone? Chun Xiang was extremely anxious now. He had many jade money, but these jade money were like trash. Unless the 3 great native banks were newly constructed here, his jade money would not be of any use at all. Sell the Xingdao Dan. Not everyone in the profound wasteland has a Dao per realm. Xingdao Dan are extremely useful, and there are more in the profound wasteland. Xia Beiling said, You, Hongqing, and I will refine them together. You will be able to refine many of them very quickly. And I also have the same plan, but right now I have to find the medicinal ingredients that contain profound Tao power S. I still don't know the price of those medicinal ingredients yet. Chun Xiang replied, This way I have confidence in myself. Chun Xiang had already heard of the only place in the city that sold pills, but there weren't many of them. I wonder if he's selling anything now. I'll go take a look first. Chun Xiang said he already knew that this city would not have any medicinal herbs to sell, and now that there was such a shortage of medicinal herbs, the pill shop did not have any, so even if there were, it would be first for the elite teams to use. If they were willing to sell it, its quality would definitely be of the very worst quality. This was in order to swindle more Xian Dao stones out of them. Chun Xiang went to the place that sold medicinal ingredients. Usually weapons were sold here, and this shop also had its own small team. "Little brother, what do you want?" The shopkeeper said with a kind smile. He was an old man dressed in an elegant manner. "I would like to ask if you have any medicinal herbs for sale here." Qinxiang asked, "This. Are you sure you want it? This is very expensive." The old man was stunned for a moment before he asked with a smile, "How much?" Qinxiang asked. Chu Hongqing and Xia Beiling had already refined 10 Xingdao danes. He felt that they could bargain at that time for each other's ingredients. "All right." The old man was very polite. He took out a box and opened it. Inside was only a dried-up yellow GRA. S. What kind of medicinal herb is this?" Qinxiang asked. "Profound Spirit GRA. S. After eating, you can quickly obtain a lot of Profound Tao Power S, which is equivalent to 3,000 Profound Stones. But now that you think about it, it has already withered a lot, so you only need 1,000 Profound Stones." The old man said, "That's 1,000 Xiandao stones." Qinxiang did not know what level 1,000 Profound Cultivation Stones was, but he did not have it now, nor did he feel that it was too much. "Little brother, this is extremely cheap. I estimate that the Profound Tao Power contained within this Profound Strength GRA S is at least equivalent to 1,203 Profound Stones." The old man asked, "Do you want it?" Qinxiang thought for a moment, then took out a pellet and handed it over to the old man, asking, "Innkeeper, do you recognize what pellet this is?" The old man seemed to be knowledgeable, accepted it and looked at it, then took a deep breath. "This seems to be a Shengdao Dan." "Sir, I'm impressed, but you actually recognize it. This is a pill that has been lost for a long time. When they were in Spirit Wasteland, only Xia Beiling and the others had them. I only learned about this from an ancient book. The smell of this pill is recorded in it." The old man exclaimed, "Where did you get this from?" "This is a secret. Do you think this pill can be exchanged for the Profound Strength GRA S in your hands?" Qinxiang laughed and asked. Xia Beiling and Chu Hongqing both felt that Qinxiang was a little stingy. He could take someone's Profound Spirit GRA S with just one pellet, but they felt that he would need at least 8 or 10 of them. "I need to consider this." The old man couldn't make up his mind. He was only the shopkeeper, and the shop wasn't his. "Let's go to the inner hall first. I'll have a chat with the boss." He returned the Xingdao Dan to Qinxiang, and also brought Qinxiang to an elegant, small hall inside. Qinxiang sat there and waited. Not long later, the old man and a blue-robed, middle-aged man arrived. "You really have a Xingdao Dan? Quick, let me take a look." The blue-robed, middle-aged man was obviously the boss. At this moment, he appeared somewhat excited. Qinxiang laughed and quickly took out the Xingdao Dan. "Although I do not recognize Xingdao Dan, the quality of the pills here are quite good." The owner nodded. "If I can confirm that this is a Xingdao Dan, I can trade with you." "Oh, how do I confirm it?" Qinxiang asked. The boss forced out a smile and said, "The best way is to eat it directly, so it's not easy to prove it." Qinxiang said, "I believe you, so I allow you to find a Dao Dan realm to test this pellet." The owner was shocked and asked, "Does that mean you have another pill?" Qinxiang nodded. He felt that if he used it well, he would be able to sell it for a good price. Very quickly he found a person who looked to be in his teens, to be his son. "Ah Lang, eat it and then refine it." The boss told his son if it really was a Shengdao Dan, he felt that he had struck it rich, because if his son could eat one, he could get another. After the owner's son consumed it, he sat cross-legged on the ground and refined the medicinal power. It didn't take long for him to finish refining it, and he also leveled up from the 3rd level of Dao Dan realm to the 4th level. "This is a real Xingdao Dan," the boss said with a bit of excitement. Qinxiang laughed. Then he and the owner successfully exchanged for the profound strength GRA. SS. The moment he obtained the profound strength GRA. He immediately gave it to Xia Beiling, allowing her and Chu Hongqing to quickly soak it in the creation D spring so that the withered profound strength GRA. S could be resurrected. C. 2515. C. 2515, after the deal was completed, the boss would still treat Chen Xiang to a meal. Chen Xiang did not reject, as he did not understand much in this place, and being able to build a good relations. I plus P with the boss was not bad. Boss Tai, do you have any other medicinal ingredients? Chen Xiang asked. Most of these medicinal herbs have to have profound strength. Not at the moment, but I just found out that my team found a fresh one outside. If the price is generous, I can cut it off. Boss Tai chuckled, then lowered his voice. Brother Shin, are you an alchemist and an outsider at that? Since the boss Tai was able to manage such a shop here, his strength was definitely not weak. Furthermore, he had a wide network of connections and had experienced many things, so he was naturally able to see through Chen Xiang's ident. 1. Tai as alchemist. Chun Xiang nodded. It's rare to see a young alchemist these days, and they can even refine such a legendary Xingdao Dan. Before Black Hair's human even appeared, the pill formulas for the Xingdao Dan have been circulating for a long time, but none of us here are able to refine one. Boss Tai took a sip of the wine and sighed. And you, the little demon, were actually able to refine it. Yes, I've been in closed-door training for a long time, and I became like this the moment I came out. Qin Xiang sighed. Boss Tai, do you have a place to stay? I do not wish to stay in the real world to rest. Of course, I'll give it to you for free. The boss Tai chuckled. When the time comes, even if I have the medicinal ingredients, I can inform you in time. Right? How many Xingdao Dan do you still have? The boss Tai knew that Qin Xiang was a Dao per realm and that the Dao per realm couldn't be used by the Xingdao Dan. Thus, Qin Xiang definitely wouldn't leave it for her to use. I still have 5 pills left, and I still have some medicinal ingredients that I haven't refined yet. At the moment, I'm not sure how many Xingdao Dan those ingredients can produce. In this period of lack of medicinal pills, having 5 Xingdao Dan was pretty good. Boss Tai nodded. In 2 days, my elite group will return. If they can return, then they should be able to bring back fresh medicinal ingredients. All right, I look forward to it too. Chun Xiang laughed. If the quality of the ingredients is not bad, then I will have more motivation to refine the pills. Oh, right, Brother Shin. Are you someone from this city? I don't think I've heard of you before. Although this was the second floor of his shop, he was extremely cautious. He could also tell that Chen Xiang did not want to reveal that he was an alchemist. No, I snuck in here. Is there a problem? Chen Xiang asked. The problem is quite big, but it doesn't matter. If you don't get caught, then it's fine. You can just stay here and don't run around. If you meet any city guards, they will ask you for your ident. 1. Tai jade plate, and if you can't take it out, you will be thrown out. The boss Tai said. Ah, so strict. Chun Xiang had thought that he just needed to sneak in. Of course, it's strictly done, because the city has followed the rules of collecting Xian Dao stones every month, and they all came according to the ident. 1. Tai token. If they were in the city but did not pay any Xian Dao stones and were found out, they would be thrown out. You have to know the city is very crowded, so they have to be strict with the rules. Boss Tai said in a serious tone, That's why you have to be careful when you go out. It's too dangerous. I was just strolling around outside. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. Don't worry too much. I'll think of a way to get you an ident. 1. Tai jade token so that you can be at ease and stay in the city. The boss Tai was a businessman. Chun Xiang, who was young and had potential, was a treasure. Even if it did not bring him benefits, they could still befriend him first. Forget about the current period. Even in the past, he would definitely try his best to form a relations. I plus P with these kinds of alchemists. Thank you, Boss Tai. Chun Xiang cupped his hands across his chest and toasted with Boss Tai. It's hard to get an item. 1. Tai Jade token, so you definitely won't be able to do it in a short period of time. I'll give you this first. Boss Tai took out 2 golden hearts. Normally, 4 or 5 black hairs human's heart would be required to exchange for an item. 1. Tai Jade tablet. Boss Tai said, if it's the beginning, just a little bit of the profound waystone would be sufficient. But after the city gets crowded, the requirements are very high. Chun Xiang received the gene XIN of the 2 black hairs human S and asked, Boss Tai, what use do these gene XINs have? The main job of the warriors in the city is to kill the black hairs human, and to obtain these gene XIN to maintain the operation of the array formation in the city. You have to understand that our city is often attacked by the black hairs human during the day. Su Yun said in a low voice. The Boss Tai said, so that's how it is. Chun Xiang finally understood why the arrays in these cities could protect the black hairs human. After they finished eating, the Boss Tai brought Chun Xiang to the small villa at the back of the store. He didn't think that there would be such a good place in this crowded city, which made Chun Xiang feel that the position of the Boss Tai was out of the ordinary. Boss Tai, looks like you're quite capable, Chun Xiang said while laughing. To be honest, City Lord is my father. The Boss Tai laughed. Is this true? Chun Xiang was very surprised. Hee, anyone who has been here for a few years will know about this. So I was sure that you had snuck in. The Boss Tai laughed. You don't have to be surprised. Although my father's City Lord has quite a lot of power and strength, he has a tight grip on me. I was eyed like a tiger by many people in this courtyard. Boss Tai sighed. What? There are many powers in this city. Chun Xiang was very curious about this. No matter what period it is in, it will always be there. As long as there is someone there, it will always be there. The Boss Tai said, there are 3 main forces here. One of them is the City Lord's Mansion, which is my father's faction, and the army of the Geo D-Realm is next, mainly guards and the like. They have very strong powers, mainly to protect the city, and lastly, the Heart Hunt Squad, which is one of those small teams. They're mainly responsible for going out to hunt the black hairs human and obtain gene XAN. I am being watched by the army of G. Oh dear, right now. They want my small manor, but fortunately I managed to hold on. I don't know how long they will be able to hold on for. Chun Xiang replied, your father actually doesn't want to help you. Boss Tai shook his head. This little villa was made by me back then, so it's my own matter. I'm too lazy to look for him. After all, if I look for his city lord, other people would say that he's covering for his son or something. I don't want to ruin his reputation. Chun Xiang patted his shoulder and laughed. You really are a good son, at least you won't cheat. Boss Tai said with a wry smile. But right now, there are already many rumors and rumors. It was only my father who came out to help me and saved my little villa from suffering. See, 2516. See, 2516, when Chun Xiang arrived at the city, he saw many crowded houses. The only thing he could see from there was a pretty little villa. It was truly a rare sight. The Boss Tai would definitely not want to let this place go. At this time, Chun Xiang also obtained Sias room, and there was a secret room for refining pills below the ground, which was extremely rare for him. Sister Bai Ling, Hongqing, how's the profound spirit GRA? SS? Can it concoct a pill? Chun Xiang asked. That's fine, but I don't feel that it's enough. If only there was another medicinal ingredient, then it would be fine. Although this profound strength GRA S has a large amount of profound energy. The profound energy it condenses is not natural enough. It's a bit berserk. Xia Beiling said, okay, we'll wait 2 more days. Chun Xiang said, for the next 2 days, we will first refine a few more Xingdao Dan. The Xingdao Dan are still very useful here. Chun Xiang had only used 2 Xingdao Dan, and he already received such a good treatment. 2 days later, Chun Xiang and the other 2 had refined a total of 100 Xingdao Dan pills, and Boss Tai had also come to find him excitedly. "Brother Shin, my team is back." Boss Tai shouted, "They have arrived at the city gate." It was currently nighttime, and the city would only open at night. Usually, teams would come back and open the city gates. Previously, when Chun Xiang was eating with Boss Tai, he already knew that he had a small team of 10. This small team was raised up by him alone, and they were completely loyal to him. Every time a team returned, there would always be a lot of welcome, especially if they were able to return alive. "Come, let's go to City Lord's mansion." The Boss Tai laughed. "Why are we going to the City Lord's mansion? Aren't those teams coming back directly?" Chun Xiang asked. "They will, but they will go to City Lord's mansion first, because some of them will be injured. Furthermore, the City Lord will receive them and help them wash their clothes. To this city, they are all existences similar to heroes." Boss Tai said, "You have never been to City Lord's mansion. I will take you out." "Boss Tai, I don't have an ident. 1. Thai jade plate, this isn't appropriate, right?" Chun Xiang replied, "Didn't you tell me before that you don't want to wander around? It's more dangerous for you to be alone, but no one will dare to investigate you when you're with me." Boss Tai laughed. "What's more, it's inside my father's city, Lord's mansion." Just like this, Chun Xiang followed Boss Tai to the city Lord's mansion. At this time, the city Lord's mansion was brightly lit, the door was wide open, and a red carpet covered the entire place. Several groups of people were lying on the red carpet, and amidst many cheers and praise, they walked into the city Lord's mansion. Chun Xiang saw these small squads from afar and could feel the killing intent coming from them. Although they looked to be in a sorry state, no one dared to underestimate them because the killing intent coming from each and every one of them were fighting for their lives. Under everyone's gazes, these dozens of people entered the city Lord's mansion. "Let's go through the back door. After all, we aren't the type of people who would risk our lives. We aren't worthy of taking that road." The Boss Tai laughed self-deprecatingly, then led Chun Xiang into the city Lord's mansion through the back door. "Boss Tai, you were very nervous when you came, but now you have become so relaxed." Chun Xiang was very curious about this. "I'm worried that my squad will suffer heavy casualties. Just now I saw that they were able to walk with their backs straightened, so I was relieved. I raised them myself, so they're equivalent to my disciples. I don't want to see them." The Boss Tai said, then pointed to a round table in front of them. "Our team is over there." "I saw it. They're all men." Chun Xiang laughed. "Of course they're all men. But these days, it's very male to find a strong female warrior, and there's only one in Squad 7. That female warrior is indeed powerful, and she's also the captain of Squad 7. The Boss Tai said, "Oh, I remember there's no blood in Black Hair's human." Chun Xiang frowned. "Those are all little Black Hair's human S. Powerful Black Hair's human S have blood on them, and it's very red as well. Look at the people in those small teams. The ones with blood on them are all Black Hair's human S who have fought against strong ones." The Boss Tai said. Chun Xiang had already seen Squad 7. Just as he entered, he heard the loud name of Squad 7, which was that they had captured more than 10 Black Hair's human S alive. The Lionheart, holy man from Heart's Hunt Squad, is sitting at the table of the 7th Squad. The Boss Tai said, "Right now, Team 7 is the strongest team in the whole Heart Hunt Squad." Chun Xiang was shocked. There was actually a Dao Sovereign here. "Dao Sovereign, so powerful." Chun Xiang exclaimed, "Isn't that so? My father is also a Dao Sovereign, and I am only in the Dao sect. I would not dare to charge into the Tao Doom right now. I will die." The Boss Tai said, "Many of those small groups of soldiers are either from the Dao Masters or the Dao Zong realm. Their overall strength is very strong." Boss Tai brought Chun Xiang to his team's table. "Brother Shin, this is our Iron Fighting Team. Even though they are a private party and don't have a good ranking, they would almost always be able to bring some black-furred Jean Xan back alive." Then he introduced the members of the Iron Fighting Team to Chen Xiang. The warriors in the Iron Fighting Team were all fierce men, and were all much taller than Chen Xiang. They looked very fierce, and all of them were very generous. Although they did not know who Chen Xiang was, but they knew that he was Boss Tai's friend, they all poured wine for him. After returning from fighting outside, they should have rested and recovered from their injuries. However, these people were here eating, drinking, and boasting. It seemed like they were like this all the time. Chen Xiang had been paying attention to the female party leader of the 7th group quietly this whole time. She looked very strong and had a good alcohol tolerance too. Even Chen Xiang could not stand the strong alcohol and did not dare to drink too much. Tai Xiong, your team members managed to get a sky profound golden ginseng. Our city's resources are so scarce, you should donate it. An old man chuckled. Boss Tai's name was Tai Xiong. Chen Xiang knew that the old man was the leader of some divine military academy. He was led divine troop Tao Venerable and also had a cultivation base of Tao sovereigns. There were 3 Tao sovereigns in the city, and the city lord was a Tao sovereign. Our team is working so hard. I must be thinking for them. Tai Xiong smiled faintly. Oh, how do you want to split the ingredients? Why don't you sell them in exchange for a large amount of Xian Tao stones? Divine Troop Tao Venerable said, name your price. The sky profound golden ginseng was sold to Chen Xiang, and Tai Xiong had already agreed on it beforehand. So no matter what price the other party offered, he would not sell it. Not for sale. Tai Xiong's tone was extremely resolute, and anyone could hear it. See 2517. See 2517 before. Chen Xiang did not know the value of sky profound golden ginseng. But in the end, it could be seen that the value of the sky profound golden ginseng was much higher than what he had imagined. Tai Yuntian, look at your son. How can he still care so much about his own personal interests at this time? Divine Troop Tao Venerable sighed. You can't blame him for this. I heard that he has a very beautiful little villa. Tai Yuntian was the city lord, which was also his father. It was obvious that the divine troop Tao Venerable wanted to make this kind of thing happen to him, because he understood his own son very well. Furthermore, his own son was a man with backbone and had always been independent since he was young. Divine troop Tao Venerable, Xiong's iron fighting team, is not weak either, and the sky profound golden ginseng was exchanged with their lives. So how they handle it is their business. I remember that the 3 squads under your command often get good things, and you have not yet shared it with everyone. Tai Yuntian chuckled, his laughter carrying a trace of ridicule. My little team serves the city. We all know the nature of Tai Xiong's iron fighting team, and the reason why they went out specifically to find resources and then sell them off was for their own personal interests. The divine troop Tao Venerable said, Of course, I am a reasonable person. Tai Xiong always pays his profound cultivation stones on time, and his team also gets a lot of achievements. Every time they return, Jean Xan would hand it in. If that's the case, then why are you still spouting nonsense? If you want my sky profound golden ginseng, then just say so. Tai Xiong stood up and said angrily, Tai Xiong's little villa was caused by the divine troop Tao Venerable, and it was almost gone. He had to pay a large sum of profound way stones in order to protect it, so he had already long since held back his anger. Furthermore, he had drank quite a bit now, and was being pressured by the divine troop Tao Venerable to such an extent. Chen Xiang never thought that the normally gentle and kind Tai Xiong would actually have such an explosive side to him, and that his iron fighting team was indeed not bad. Seeing Tai Xiong's anger, they all stood up, looking as if they were about to fight. Oh my G, oh D, you're truly Tai Yuntian's son. How dare you contradict me like that? Divine troop Tao Venerable stood up and laughed. At this moment, everyone was very quiet, other than iron fighting team. The other teams here were mostly from Heart Hunting Academy and City, Lord's mansion. Divine Troop Tao Venerable's team wasn't here. They had the least people here. Humph. I am quite selfish, but you are a greedy ghost. Don't think that I don't know what you are doing in the dark. Tai Xiong scoffed. Don't force me to fall out with you. If you want to hit me again, just wait for your ugly matter to be revealed to the public. Looks like you drank too much. Divine Troop Tao Venerable's face was full of smiles. I was just joking with you just now. I just didn't expect the usually heroic boss Tai Xiong to not be able to make such a joke. Everyone was secretly shocked. Tai Xiong seemed to have grasped some weakness of the Divine Troop Tao Venerable. If not, he would definitely not let things rest after he was rebuked by others. It could be seen that the Divine Troop Tao Venerable had secretly done many shameful things. Tai Xiong was also much more clear-headed now. After he grunted, he sat down. Tai Yuntian did not say much. He did not seem to be worried about his son, but now he could actually toast to the Divine Troop Tao Venerable. Boss Tai, I heard that a VIP came to your shop. I assume that this is the little brother that came with you. An armored man walked over with a bowl of wine in his hands. From his attire, one could tell that he was from the Divine Military Academy, and he was sitting at the same table as Divine Troop Tao Venerable. Tai Xiong did not have a ident. 1. Tai jade plate. So if he were to be found out, it would be extremely troublesome. Divine Troop Tao Venerable would definitely make a big fuss on this matter. He scolded himself for being careless. He had originally planned to have Iron Fighting Team leave behind some of his ident. 1. Tai jade plates, but Iron Fighting Team had already handed them over to his father. He's a friend, and he doesn't have a lot of alcohol. Tai Xiong said, You should be able to tell, so please return. Moreover, he doesn't like to talk to strangers. His personality is very eccentric. Yuan Tong, don't disturb him. Come back quickly. Divine Troop Tao Venerable shouted. That Yuan Tong ignored the Divine Troop Tao Venerable and continued to speak with a smile instead. I heard that this friend of yours exchanged the Xingdao Dan for a stock of your profound strength GRA. SS, your son Tai Lang, who is around 10 years old, just stepped into the 3rd level of the Dao Dan realm not long ago. Tai Xiong scolded in his heart. This kind of thing actually spread out, and it was even known to his mortal enemies. Yuan Tong, your ears are really as good as a dog's nose. Not bad, it's true. Tai Xiong admitted it, and everyone looked at Qin Xiang. The people here were all elite warriors. Although they did not know how to refine pills, they understood a lot about pills, especially the Xingdao Dan. Many alchemists were unable to concoct such pills, but the pill recipes were everywhere, and now someone could take them out, and it was even a handsome man. Your friend here looks unfamiliar. Does he have an ident? 1. Tai jade token? Yuan Tong said with a smile. Nope. Chen Xiang answered him immediately. Tai Xiong did not know what to do. If Chen Xiang was kicked out, it would be troublesome if he still wanted to bring Chen Xiang back. Yuan Tong sighed and said, That's truly unfortunate. According to the rules of our city, you must leave immediately. I'm sorry, but you are really amazing. You do not have an ident. 1. Tai token. Yet you are actually sitting here. I am truly impressed. Chen Xiang was very calm as he replied, I know a little about the rules of this city. I heard that as long as you have Gene Xan, you can exchange him for an ident. 1. Tai jade token, right? Yes, I need 5. Yuan Tong said. Isn't it 4? Tai Xiong shouted. That's because he has already entered the city, so he has to hand in one more person. If he were to apply at the city gate, he would only need 4 more people. 5 black hairs human S is not easy to obtain. Even using profound stones would require a lot, and there are only 1 or 2 of your Iron Fighting Team S who return at a time, and you even need to hand them over. Yuan Tong had already arrived beside Qin Xiang and said, Little brother, please leave our city immediately. Qin Xiang said, I have 5 black hairs human S. I can stay here. I have disappointed you. As he spoke, he took out 5 Gene XINS. Taixiong had given him 2 previously, so he had already killed a few black hairs human-s. Of the 5 gene XINS that Xiang had taken out, 2 of them were dim and were slightly smaller, while the other 3 were slightly bigger and golden. They looked much better than the 2 beside them. See 2518. See 2518, the better gene XIN was at black hairs human, the stronger he would be. The black hairs human that Xia Beiling had killed a few before was already pretty good. The heart hunting team present all understood gene XIN very well. Looking at the 3 very fresh gene XINS, they knew that they had just taken them out not long ago, and Qinxiang's strength was merely at the Daopa realm. It was impossible for him to kill 3 black hairs human S. Most importantly, even if it was the Iron Fighting Team S themselves, it would not be an easy feat to get a hold of these 3 gene XINS. However, everyone knew that the Iron Fighting Team had already handed them over just now. Now came the problem. How did Qinxiang's gene XIN come here? Where did you get your gene XIN from? After Yuan Tong saw Qinxiang's gene XIN, he had a lot of questions. Taixiong really wanted to know why Qinxiang suddenly took out so many gene XNS, which surprised him greatly. None of your business. I only have 5 gene XINS. Qinxiang laughed faintly. Can you give me my item? 1 Tai Jade token now. My name is Qinxiang. Tai Yuntian understood his son. Someone who could be considered a friend by his son was definitely not an ordinary person. Our city is very crowded right now, so the issuance of item 1 Tai tokens requires the presence of all 3 of us. This is perfect. Tai Yuntian walked over with a smile, took the 5 gene XINS, and then gave Qinxiang an item 1 Tai Jade token. Yuan Tong originally thought that he could give Taixiong a ruthless blow, but he didn't think that he would be the one to suffer such a setback. This little brother, where did your gene XIN come from? This old one is very curious about this. Can you tell me? The person speaking was an old man. He was sitting in the same seat as the 7th squad. The heart-hunting holy man Qinxiang said, when I was outside because I was lucky I met a senior. She was the one who helped me kill him. The profound Tao power within these 3 gene XINS are very abundant and did not consume much energy. It can be seen that these 3 black hairs human S were not killed in an intense battle. The senior you met was at least a Dao sovereign. The one who spoke was a woman, and she was the only woman here, the captain of Squad 7. Her voice was cold, but very pleasant to hear. Even if it's a Dao sovereign, if he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves, he would have to suffer a lot to deal with black hairs human of this level. Killing him quickly wouldn't be an easy task. The heart-hunting holy man nodded. Indeed, even I am not that easy to deal with. The senior you met was truly powerful. I wonder where he came from. I don't know where he came from. He was wearing a mask and so on, but I know how he killed them because I saw him bringing me to a pond. He said that at night, the black hairs human would always hide under the water. Qinxiang said. Qinxiang's words caused the members of the 7th group to be slightly shocked because this was a secret that they had just discovered. At night, the black hairs human will stay in the water. This is how we captured the black hairs human alive before. The female warrior said, Right, there's a lake nearby, right? You must not go. There are millions of black hairs human down there. If you wake them up, it will be troublesome. Qinxiang's words made everyone inhale a breath of cold air. Is that true? How did you know? We've been to that lake a few times, but we haven't even been to the bottom. It's really too cold down there. A man asked. He was also from the 7th squad. That senior told me. Luckily you didn't go down. Otherwise those black hairs human who have not awoken will be alarmed. I wonder when they will wake up. Qinxiang said. The 3 Dao sovereigns paid great attention to this matter. At this moment, they had also entered the house and were discussing this matter. Let's go back. We just came back from outside, so we must be very tired too. Tai Xiong said before bringing Qin Xiang and Iron Fighting Team back to his small villa. When the Iron Fighting Team went to rest, Tai Xiong and Qin Xiang were drinking tea in a secret room. Brother Shen, I really didn't expect you to have 3 gene XNS. Tai Xiong laughed. I almost threw it out just now. That guy looks down on people too much, hee. Qin Xiang laughed. Big Brother Tai, are you done exchanging these for your sky, profound, golden ginseng? Qin Xiang Pa S. said over a jade box that contained over 20 Xingdao Danes. Good boy, you didn't say much before, but now so many have popped up all of a sudden. Tai Xiong scolded and then handed over the golden ginseng that was giving off white qi to Qin Xiang. I saw that Iron Fighting Team and the rest worked so hard, it was not easy to obtain this sky, profound, golden ginseng. Qin Xiang laughed. These Xingdao Dan are enough to exchange for a lot of profound stones. That's for sure. Tai Xiong laughed. There are many wealthy people here who wish for their children to grow up quickly. This Xingdao Dan is just for them. Oh, right, Brother Shin. Do you want these ingredients to be used to concoct pills? What kind of pills can you concoct? Tai Xiong said, Our city only has that many alchemists, and many of them haven't cultivated pill refining for a long time. They don't have any medicinal ingredients. I don't know what kind of pill I can refine, but I can definitely cultivate profound Tao power quickly. Qin Xiang said, The weakness of those black hairs human S is that they are afraid of profound Tao power S that are cultivated by humans. Furthermore, they explode when Gene XAN pokes them. You know that too, but it would be best not to poke around. Gene XIN is useful. Just cut off the head. Tai Xiong said, The key to defeating the black hairs human is not cultivation, but the profound Tao power. If the profound Tao power is stronger, then the stronger it is, the more able it is to defend against the black hairs humans' attacks during battles. It is easier to not be afraid of the black hairs humans' attacks. So that's how it is. Then doesn't that mean that the 7th team cultivates a very strong, profound Tao power? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, that's why it is much easier for them to fight black hairs human than it is for us. Tai Xiong said, Of course, they themselves are going all out. That's why they are able to obtain more cultivation resources for themselves, so that they can cultivate a dense, profound Tao power. It's late. I'm going to rest now. Qin Xiang said, He's in a hurry to refine pills, right? Tai Xiong laughed. Qin Xiang returned to his room and walked down into the secret underground room. What rank is the Sky Xian Golden Ginseng? Qin Xiang asked. It's only a high-grade king level pill, not something that's too difficult to refine. It will be able to replicate a few very quickly, and at that time we can start to refine them. Xia Beiling said. She already knew about the matters regarding Qin Xiang's purple pearls. Qin Xiang's methods of obtaining medicinal ingredients left her in a state of amazement. All right. Qin Xiang didn't have to wait long before he received a stock of profound energy, GRA, S, and a sky profound golden ginseng, which he then started to refine. His goal was to cultivate a heart of the profound way, and that way he would be able to quickly absorb the profound Tao power within the profound wasteland. He did not need to go through a complicated process of refining flames, and he would be able to quickly obtain a large amount of profound Tao power. Qin Xiang spent the entire night refining pills. At daybreak, he and Xia Beiling had always succeeded in refining a set of profound Dao King Dan S. He could refine 5 profound Dao King Dan S in one furnace, and Xia Beiling would refine 1 less profound Dao King Dan than him. See 2519. See 2519, not long after Qin Xiang and her successfully refined it. Chu Hongqing was also able to successfully refine 3 pills. I wonder how effective it will be. Qin Xiang said, I'll eat a few pills first to see what happens. Qin Xiang immediately swallowed the 4 profound Dao King Danes that he had refined, and after eating it, the the profound Tao power exploded in his stomach. He immediately started circulating his cultivation technique to stimulate the profound Tao power to attack his heart, controlling the profound Tao power to enter his heart. At this moment, his heart was being attacked from inside and outside the profound Tao power. Then he used the method of refining pills and used the profound Tao power to refine his own heart. Following the continuous beating of his heart, the profound Tao power also rapidly decreased, being continuously refined into his heart and changed it. Profound Tao King Dan are not enough. Continue refining. You have to speed up. Chunxiang said. In just a moment, more than half of his profound Tao power had been used up. After that, Chunxiang ate the profound Tao King Dan as refined by Chu Hongqing and himself and entered into cultivation. He wanted to complete a heart of the profound way in one go. For hours had Pa S said, and Chunxiang had already used up all of his medicinal power, but he was still unable to successfully cultivate the heart of the profound way. It's still not enough. Chunxiang sighed. How many do you think you'll need? Xia Beiling asked. Around 50 pills. Chunxiang said. So many. Xia Beiling was a little surprised. However, if you're familiar with refining, this would also happen very quickly. And let's forge it together. Chunxiang said. Currently, Yang Shengyin was in charge of growing the medicinal herbs. Chunxiang, Chu Hongqing, and Xia Beiling specialized in refining this profound Tao King Dan, and after familiarizing themselves with it, their refining speed had become faster and faster. Chunxiang closed up for an entire day and finally got 40 profound Tao King Dan. Tai Xiong knew that Chunxiang was in closed-door cultivation, so he did not disturb her. Chunxiang gobbled down the profound Tao King Dan one by one and then began to cultivate. After a day had passed, he suddenly began to shout in a low voice. What's wrong? Xia Beiling, who was still concocting pills, heard this and asked immediately. It's nothing. I'm about to succeed, so my heart hurts. Chunxiang said, My heart is undergoing a transformation, and just as I had expected, I can refine a heart of the profound way. An hour later, Chunxiang let out a long sigh and wiped his sweat. I've finally succeeded. At this time, whenever his heart beat, he would automatically absorb a large amount of profound Tao power into his body. Of course, the biggest benefit of the heart of the profound way was not only the ability to absorb profound Tao power from between heaven and earth, but also the ability to quickly activate a large amount of profound Tao power and control it more freely. If I can cultivate this mysterious heart even better, then I'll be able to use it to convert my Tao energy into profound Tao power. Chunxiang said, Looks like it's just focusing on cultivating the heart of the profound. There's no need to cultivate any sort of profound Tao power. There's no need to store the profound Tao power. That's pretty good. He should be able to cultivate his mind through training his heart. Xia Beiling laughed. If it's really possible, like bones, then I can transform Tao energy into become even more powerful. Chunxiang nodded his head. That's right. I have that intention. He looked at the white aura that had come out of his palm and realized that it was an extremely pure, profound Tao power. His current goal was to find a way to deal with the black hairs human, because there were a lot of people here, especially those who had yet to awaken. There were many lakes and seas in the profound wasteland. If there were black hairs human-esque below, the number of lakes and seas would far exceed his imagination. Chunxiang had refined 2 more batches of pills, and his refining speed was even faster now. He would be able to complete them in 4 hours, and furthermore, he had to control 2 pill furnaces at the same time. This made Xia Beiling extremely jealous. How did you refine it so fast? Xia Beiling scoffed. And I can even condense another pellet. Hee, you haven't even seen my pill refining when I tried my best. This is just a small matter. This is the result of my many years of cultivation. Chunxiang laughed. He was able to refine the pill to the maximum 3 levels. producing a very high-quality pill. When I'm free, I'll make a cauldron for you to see. Chan Xiang had many excellent techniques that he had never shown others before. He walked out of his room and went into the little villa's garden. He found out that the 10 people from Iron Fighting Team and Tai Xiong were all there cultivating. Brother Shin, you've finally come out of seclusion. Tai Xiong opened his eyes and said to Qin Xiang. Sorry to bother you, Qin Xiang said. Now that the Dao Qi is thinning out, we can only cultivate here because we have nothing better to do. So we don't really expect to be able to cultivate anything. Usually we all go out at night to train, so our squad is free to go in and out. Tai Xiong said, So it's like that? Qin Xiang nodded, then said, Big Brother Tai, how about you use the Sky Profound Golden Ginseng and the Profound Spirit, GRA, S to refine a kind of pellet? He refined it so quickly, it's only been a few days. Tai Xiong said in shock. As he said that, Qin Xiang took out 11 profound Dao King Danes, 11 of them. You can refine that many out of those 2 things? When Tai Xiong saw Qin Xiang take out the pill, he was shocked. The 10 warriors of Iron Fighting Team were the same. Don't worry about it so much. Do you dare to eat it? Qin Xiang laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? As Tai Xiong said this, he picked up 1 pellet and placed it into his mouth to eat it. Everyone, take 1 and try it out. Qin Xiang laughed. The people from Iron Fighting Team immediately came over. After they ate it, their reactions were the same as Tai Xiong's. They clearly knew that this pellet was extremely pure and contained the same amount of profound stones they had absorbed. They would have to spend many nights outside to cultivate so many profound Tao Power S, and the pills here would allow them to obtain a lot in one go. A profound Tao Power of this level would at least cost 10,000 profound stones. No, at least 20,000. As Tai Xiong refined it, he estimated the effects of the pellet. The alchemist is powerful. To be able to bring out such a great amount of value with those 2 things, if we were to exchange them for Xian Dao stones, it would only be 20 or 30,000 at most. A big fellow sighed. Qin Xiang himself didn't know how strong the effects of this profound Dao King Dan was in the hearts of these people, because he didn't have the arduous experience of chasing after the profound Tao Power. As for the people here, if they wanted to obtain the profound Tao Power, they would have to take a risk and go out at night, or find a way to obtain a large amount of profound stones. But the pellet Qin Xiang gave them right now contained a large amount of profound Tao Power S. If they could take 1 every day, they felt that it wouldn't be a problem to Serpa. S7th Squad. Brother Shin, is there anything else? As the Dao sect was Tai Xiong, he refined it the fastest. Not yet. Qin Xiang smiled mysteriously. Tai Xiong also laughed twice. He could guess that Qin Xiang had a way to quickly grow those medicinal herbs, which was a great thing for him. This meant that his Iron Fighting Team would quickly become stronger. C. 25-20. C. 25-20. Although Qin Xiang had already interacted with the Black Hare's human and conducted a simple research on it before, he still did not know much about it. After all, he needed some time. For example, he did not know how strong the Black Hare's human was, and there were many people here who were experienced enough to do it. Brother Tai, how strong are the Black Hare's human you've met so far? Qin Xiang asked. Apical novel. At that time it was said that a few small teams together could only kill this Black Hare's human, and more than 10 of them had died. Tai Xiong said, I have never seen it myself, so I am not too sure either. But my father said, there must be a stronger Black Hare's human here. Right now, Qin Xiang was worried that the Black Hare's human would break through the barrier of the profound wasteland and escape to the new 8 wastelands. At that time, the new 8 wastelands would definitely be killed by the Black Hare's human, and his strength would not be as strong as the ancient 8 desolations. In the next few days, Qin Xiang would be refining his way through. This kind of pill could help him cultivate the vigorous profound Tao Power, and as long as he had enough profound Tao Power, it would be able to stop him from having to struggle when facing the Black Hare's human. At that time, not only would he have to cultivate the vigorous, profound Tao power, he would also need to get the warriors from both the Heavenly Dragon City and the Heavenly Dragon City. 10 days are almost up. It's time to find those 9 people. When he first came in, he had brought 9 strong pract. 1. Tioniers from the 3 great native bankas with him, and agreed to meet at that place for 10 days. Now that it was time, Qin Xiang also quietly left the city. Using the white tiger jump, he could easily escape from here. The last time he entered, it was at night, and this time they were meeting up at night as well. Qin Xiang, with Xia Beiling's help, quickly arrived at that place. Here it is, Xia Beiling said. Strange, why do they not come? Could it be that they died? Let's wait first. Qin Xiang said, I wonder how they are doing with the investigation. Those black hairs human seem to be even more terrifying than I imagined. Yeah, just the number alone is enough to scare people. I wonder how many of these black hairs human are hidden in the profound wasteland, devil wasteland, and evil wasteland. Xia Beiling sighed. If these black hairs human come out at that time, spirit wasteland will definitely suffer too. If I want to know how many there are, I can only go to that natural law divine spirit. This guy must know a lot about this matter. Qin Xiang said, It's just that I don't know how to find them right now. Not long later, Qin Xiang sensed a few extremely weak auras approaching. They were the people he brought in last time, but it was not 9 of them. Only 3. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. Those 9 people were all strong. All of them were at Dao sect, but now only 3 had returned. There were only 3 of them, and they were all injured and looked very weak. What about them? Qin Xiang asked. There's no need to wait for them. They're all dead. One of the men said. Qin Xiang just sighed, then suddenly took out the golden pag. Oh, da, and let the 3 men in. Originally, he wanted to ask them what they had found out, but seeing their injuries, he did not ask, because the 3 men needed to rest. After Qin Xiang used the white tiger to jump out of the enchantment, he quickly rushed to 3 Money Divine City and handed the golden pag. Oh, over to Fan S, H, I, plus Xan. Fan S, H, I, plus Xan had obviously known that 6 people had died. Those black hairs human are very powerful. Qin Xiang said, I wonder what they found out. That will only be known after they have recovered from their injuries. I will tell you about it when the time comes. Fan S, H, I, plus Xan said, if not for Qin Xiang being able to enter the profound wasteland, the 3 great native bankas would not have known about the dangers that were hidden there. Now that they knew there was a black hairs human in there, they could make preparations earlier. All right, I'll come back for you in a few days. Qin Xiang said before heading to the hundreds of flowers village to Pa S the 2 types of medicinal herbs, to LV Chilean to duplicate. After that, he went to find Feng Yujie and Xie Qiaoyan to tell them about the method to refine the profound Tao, and also told them the method to cultivate Jin Xan. After doing all of this, Qin Xiang headed towards the profound wasteland, returned to Tai Xiong's little villa, and continued refining pills there. With Xia Beiling's spatial power, no matter how big the 8 wastelands were, he could still quickly travel through them. When Qin Xiang returned, the sky was almost bright, and he coincidentally saw Tai Xiong and Iron Fighting Team. Iron Fighting Team is preparing to set off. Tai Xiong laughed. If I am able to obtain more precious medicinal ingredients next time, I will definitely give them to you. Be careful on your way. Qin Xiang said to the Iron Fighting Team. Although Qin Xiang's cultivation level was a little low, the Iron Fighting Team respected him greatly because Qin Xiang was an alchemist. After they had eaten that piece of profound way, they knew that Qin Xiang's level was very high. After that, Qin Xiang and Fan S, H, I, plus Xian sent Iron Fighting Team out of the city. It's almost dawn. Wouldn't it be very dangerous to go out? Qin Xiang asked. Don't worry, everyone should be in good spirits now. If you meet the black hairs human in the day, You will be able to immediately fight them in your best condition. Tai Xiong said, "Right now, the warriors are all thinking about fighting. If we go out in the middle of the night and meet the black hares human in the day, our fighting spirit would drop a lot." "Oh, right. How did your father react?" "Even the affairs of the black hares human S are at the bottom of the lake." Qin Xiang asked, "The heart-hunting, holy man has already set out. He will go to another city and tell the teams from the other cities not to go to that lake and cause trouble." Tai Xiong said. Qin Xiang immediately frowned. "Not good." "Why? Shouldn't it?" Tai Xiong saw Qin Xiang's expression changed and anxiously asked. "It really shouldn't be. The people in the other cities definitely won't believe it. If they are suspicious and think that there is something good under the lake, then it will be troublesome." Qin Xiang said, "The best way is to temporarily keep it a secret and think of a good countermeasure. They should have considered this before. My dad and the others are all Dao sovereigns, so they should have a good way to discuss this with other cities." Tai Xiong said, "Let's hope so." Qin Xiang sighed. "But no matter what, we have to prepare to deal with the group of black hares human in the lake." "That's for sure. I just don't know what to do right now." Tai Xiong sighed. "Don't you have any more formidable formation masters?" Qin Xiang said, "If there was a good array formation that could quickly gather the spirit energy of the spirit wasteland, it wouldn't be as thin as it is now. Originally, there was such a great array, but it was only maintained for about 2 years before it was APED. The main reason is that too much resources were used up, and it is too dangerous to go out and search for resources to maintain the array." Tai Xiong said, "I have an idea." Qin Xiang laughed. "It's just that I need to give it a try to know I won't guarantee its success." See 25:21. See 25:21 after Tai Xiong heard what Qin Xiang said. He could not help but be shocked. "I never thought that not only do you know how to refine pills, you're also so proficient in formations." Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. "We'll talk when we get back." Returning to Tai Xiong's small villa, Tai Xiong was already impatient to know what method Qin Xiang had. If it could make the Dao aura in this city denser, then it would be a very good thing for the city. If Qin Xiang could really do it, then he would definitely receive very good treatment. "We used to do it from the center of the earth," Qin Xiang said. "As long as we succeed in bringing the energy up from the core of the earth, then we will have endless energy." This was how Long Jiuxiao did things. Originally, the location where the heavenly dragon cities were located was a region with a very thin Dao aura. Because of the spa, R.S.E. Dao aura, there weren't even any savage beasts there. However, Long Jiuxiao had used his own method to attract a lot of energy from the earth core, and then used the array to convert the earth core into Dao Qi. After a long time, the Dao Qi in that area started to become denser and denser, and the Heavenly Dragon City was a lot bigger than this place. Will that work? What do I do? Tai Xiong frowned. Definitely. You have 3 Dao sovereigns here. As far as I know, a Dao sect can complete it. Qin Xiang said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to see my father. He is the city lord. He is most concerned about this kind of thing. If your method succeeds, he will definitely not treat you unfairly." Tai Xiong said, then pulled Qin Xiang along as he walked toward the city lord's mansion. Qin Xiang's item. 1. Tai Jade Tablet was given to him by Tai Yuntian. Although he had not interacted with Tai Yuntian much, his impression of him was not bad. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Qin Xiang and Tai Xiong sat in a hall, waiting for Tai Yuntian. Tai Yuntian also had something he needed to busy himself with, but when he heard that Tai Xiong had something important to talk to him about, he immediately went out to take a look. "Ah, Xiong, what is it?" When Tai Yuntian saw Qin Xiang, he politely smiled at him. This was also for Qin Xiang to not be so formal. After all, he was a city lord and a Dao sovereign. Dad, Brother Shin, said he has a way to make the Dao aura in this city thicker. Tai Xiong said, "If he can do it, What kind of treatment will you give him? Tai Yuntian was surprised and asked anxiously, Is this true? How much certainty do you have? 50%. Chunxiang said, A 50% chance was quite great. It was worth a try. If you can do it, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I can even give you the position of city lord. Tai Yuntian said. Chunxiang did not need the position of city lord. He wanted the city to become stronger, and it was also to let this city block the black hairs human. If not, the black hairs human would think of ways to expand after this city was flattened. We'll talk about this later. I'm not completely sure right now. Chunxiang laughed and said, Moreover, I will need the help of your array masters. I am a formation master. I am the one who completed all the formation here. Tai Yuntian said, Tell me your method. It's very simple. It is to draw power from the Earth's core. There is an extremely strong flame energy in the Earth's core. If you can draw fire energy from the Earth's core and then use the formation to turn that flame energy into Tao Qi, that would be enough. Chunxiang said, The Tao energy in the Earth is created from the constant burning of the Earth's core, combined with the fusion of the Sun and Earth. I have thought about it before, but the process is very complicated. Furthermore, profound wasteland is currently floating, and there is no heart left. Tai Yuntian shook his head. Profound wasteland has already merged into the new 8 desolate. Chunxiang said, City Lord, you don't know about this? What's going on? Tai Yuntian did not know about this, or perhaps the people inside did not. The profound wasteland had yet to appear before the new 8 wastelands, and had instead encountered the black hairs human. None of the people here had ever gone to the outskirts of the new 8 wastelands, because that place was still rather far away. Then, Chunxiang told Tai Yuntian about this matter in a simple manner. So that's how it is. If the barrier is broken, we can also leave. Of course, the new 8 wastelands outside would also be affected by this destructive force. Tai Yuntian sighed. As long as black hairs human is here, we have nowhere to hide. Chunxiang did not say that he came from outside. He only said that this was something that a mysterious senior had told him. All right, let's go to the core to take a look. I have a way. Tai Yuntian said, Xiong, this little brother, and I will go. You stay here. Tai Xiong brought Chunxiang into the city, Lord's mansion, and surprisingly came from here. Tai Xiong was also very surprised, but he was a little unhappy right now because he really wanted to follow along and take a look. There are dangers in the Earth's core, especially for earthly beast. Tai Yuntian said as he brought Chunxiang to a very deep underground room. New 8 wastelands is so big, there must be a lot of earthly beast. When the time comes, we just need to pay attention to a little. Chunxiang said, Senior, do you have a spatial transmission array plate? Of course. You mean to say that you want to place the spatial transmission array disk below the Earth's core, and then transfer the energy below it up, right? Tai Yuntian said, Yes. The array disk placed below must be able to resist the heat. Moreover, it must also have the ability to absorb energy to maintain its circulation, and the amount of energy to transfer must be great as well. Chunxiang said, I am only providing you with a way of thinking. I am not able to help you with anything else. Tai Yuntian nodded his head. Chunxiang was just a Dao realm. Looks like I have to send people to dig many underground palaces under the city. Tai Yuntian said, Let's try entering the Earth's core now. Tai Yuntian was a formation master, so he had to be proficient in array disks. He took out an array disk and said, This can be transmitted downwards. How about this? I'll go down by myself. If I encounter any danger, I'll deal with it myself. You just wait here for me. I'll go down with you. Chunxiang said. He was also curious about the desolate Earth's core. He wanted to take a look too. Tai Yuntian pondered for a while, but in the end, still decided to bring Chen Xiang to the center of the earth. After activating the formation disk for a few seconds, Chen Xiang felt a wave of heat. Then, he hurriedly used his spatial energy to wrap himself up, isolating himself from the extremely hot energy. Spatial energy? No wonder you were able to sneak in, and you seem to have very high spatial strength. Tai Yuntian could not help but be shocked and then laughed. At this time, Chen Xiang and Tai Yuntian had already reached the core of the earth. They were floating above the continuously boiling flame essence, and there wasn't much SPAC above them. C 2522. C 2522. Looking at the boundless sea of fire essence below him, Tai Yuntian frowned, because he didn't know where he should put the array disk to be safe. This method is a bit difficult. Of course, for a city to have such a rich Dao Qi, it is not a simple matter. At the very least, it is a method that is possible. Tai Yuntian was still relatively optimistic. He brought Chen Xiang to walk all around, wanting to see how they would arrange the array disks. Can you embed it on top? Chen Xiang looked at the fiery red rocks above. Not good. Those stones are unstable. They might fall down at any moment. Tai Yuntian shook his head. Chen Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to observe. He wanted to see if there were any small mountains underneath the flame essence. As long as he pierced a hole inside it and placed the array disk inside, it would be enough. More than 2 hours later, neither Chen Xiang nor Tai Yunshan could come up with a good idea. Just as they were about to go back, the fire liquid suddenly became extremely violent, undulating up and down. There's something down there. Chen Xiang shouted in shock. It's an earthly beast. Hearing Chen Xiang shout, Tai Yunshan immediately pulled Chen Xiang and prepared to teleport away. Be careful. Tai Yunshan struck his palm towards the flame liquid that was spewing out from the ground, stopping it from sputtering onto Chen Xiang's body. Big brother, it's me. Chen Xiang suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hualin. Chen Xiang was shocked and shouted. Hualin was the 9 heaven worlds' earthly beast, a fire unicorn. Big brother, long time no see. A beam of fire shot up from below, and all they saw was a smiling young man standing there, wearing a fiery red armor. Good boy, you scared me to death. Chen Xiang was very happy. He never thought that he would meet Hualin in this kind of place. Furthermore, it had been a long time since he had last seen Hualin. Tai Yunshan was also surprised. Chen Xiang actually knew an earthly beast. He suddenly felt that Chen Xiang was very mysterious. An earthly beast was not someone that anyone could easily recognize, and even if it was him, it was his first time seeing an earthly beast, but Chen Xiang could call this earthly beast a brother. I didn't expect to see you here. Hualin laughed. Big brother, you are still the same. Your strength is not that great, but you always go to those dangerous places. Brett, you're looking down on people. Chen Xiang laughed and scolded. How have you been recently? Are you used to being here? It's not bad. Hualin nodded his head. Big brother, what are you doing here? Is there something wrong? Of course. Is this your territory? Help me place something. Chen Xiang said, I have a palace down here, which is the one I used to have. Let me show you around. Hualin took out a large transparent pearl and allowed Chen Xiang and Tai Yuntian to enter. After that, he turned into a huge fire unicorn and dived into the depths of the earth's core while biting the pearl. Hualin had constructed an earth core realm and a Qilin hall here. Just like last time in the 9 heaven world, when Chen Xiang came here, he suddenly felt a very familiar feeling. What do you want to put on it? Hualin asked. I'm very safe, although there are a lot of earthly beasts here. But those guys are not my match. I myself belong to the heavenly beast, and those modeled beasts are way too inferior to me. Tai Yunshan took out an array disk and said, I want to place an array disk here to absorb energy from the Earth's core to supply energy to our city. No problem, leave it to me. I choose the best place here. It can quickly absorb the purest energy in the Earth's core. Hualin smiled and then he accepted the formation plate. Tai Yunshan also taught him how to activate the formation plate. "Where's your wife?" Qin Xiang asked. "She's sleeping. There's no helping it. When our earthly beast gets stronger, we all need to sleep for a long time." Huolin said. He had already remembered how to activate the array disk. "Thanks a lot. I'll go up now and see if I can absorb the energy from here. It might take some time." Tai Yunshan had yet to create an array disk that could convert Earth's core energy. However, this was not a problem, and he could do it very soon. "City Lord, you go up. I want to meet with my brother." Qin Xiang said. "All right." Tai Yunshan left by himself. Along the way, he kept thinking about Chen Xiang, because no matter how he looked at it, he was not an ordinary person. After Tai Yunshan left, Huolin asked, "Elder Brother Shin, who is that old man? It seems like he is a little unfamiliar with you." "It's a long story." Chen Xiang told Huolin about profound wasteland situation, letting him know the situation of that city. "Quite a few things have happened on the surface as well." Huolin said, "Earth's core divine spirit came to find me before. He said it was all thanks to you that they were unable to complete the task. He told me a lot. What two eras merging, what balance, and so on. That's why he gave me a place like this, where I could sleep peacefully." "Did the Earth's core divine spirit say anything else? Do you have any way of finding him?" Chen Xiang asked anxiously. He just wanted to find Natural Law Divine Spirit's group of divine spirit. "He didn't say anything, but he has a way to get in touch with him, and I'll get you in touch with him right now." Huolin said, "Big brother, what do you want to say to him?" "Just say that I, Qin Xiang, have something to discuss with him and Natural Law Divine Spirit." Qin Xiang said. Huolin took out a small disc, and then he talked to the inside of it. "All right, I just don't know when they'll have the time to come. Although they might be DS. I don't think they're as powerful as you, big bro." Huolin chuckled. "If Big Brother's cultivation reaches their level in the future, I can exterminate them at any time." "I thought they would come immediately." Qin Xiang curled his lips. "Big Brother, the ground won't collapse any further. Come to me. If the two of us work together, the Earth Spirit Realm will definitely be beautiful." Huolin said. It seems like this is my best safe haven." Qin Xiang laughed. After a short while, Huolin shouted, "Big Brother, Earth's core divine spirit said that they will be here very soon. I told you to be patient." Qin Xiang said, "Seems like they value me quite a lot." Huolin laughed. "Of course, Big Brother. You have helped them before. Although this group of Bird G. DS are not that powerful, they are still quite considerate." The Earth's core divine spirit arrived very quickly. It was the first time Qin Xiang had seen the Earth's core divine spirit with his own eyes. The Natural Law Divine Spirit also came, but he was currently chuckling, causing Qin Xiang to feel a little unhappy in his heart. "Qin Xiang, you are truly omnipresent, even more powerful than us DS. It hasn't been long since you ran all the way to the heart of the wastelands." The Natural Law Divine Spirit laughed. "Of course, my big brother's strength doesn't need to be questioned." Huolin said. Qin Xiang had too many things to ask of this Natural Law Divine Spirit, such as the island his father was on, and then the black hair's human, the connection between the new 8 wastelands and the ancient 8 desolations. C. 2523. C. 2523. He was smiling as he sat on the ground. Currently, he was not the least bit nervous, as Qin Xiang suspected that he still did not know about the matters regarding Black Hair's human, but it did not seem to be possible. As the Natural Law Divine Spirit he was definitely aware of the matters regarding Black Hair's human. Furthermore, that group of Black Hair's human were originally requested by the group of Natural Law Divine Spirit who were lazy. What happened to the island my father was on? Qin Xiang was most curious about that island. For example, the island had suffered a punishment, and he also wanted to make that island more stable. That island. You should have already been there. Furthermore, I know that the poison on it has not been expelled, so it should be you who did it. Natural law divine spirit laughed. You can always do things that even we can't do. Hey, answer my question. Qinxiang scoffed. Is it all your fault? Of course not. If I did not inform that island spirit in time, the creatures on that island would have died a long time ago. Natural law divine spirit quickly waved his hand and said, there are many things that the heavenly Tao cannot control now. Natural law divine spirit sighed. If it was in the past, as long as we had something to do, we could just make an altar or something, and we could have the heavenly Tao come down to help us. But now it's not going to work. In other words, the movement of the heavenly Tao is in a state of automatic adjustment. I don't know the specifics either. In short, what is happening now isn't something that anyone can control. Natural law divine spirit sighed. For example, which island should we punish? It is because that island has evolved to a certain degree by itself. The heavenly energy sensed that that island could possibly severely damage the balance of heavenly energy. That is why it is being punished. The city where Xia Bailing was originally at was the same, and the reason for his punishment should be for the same reason as that island. Is there such a thing happening in the future? Qinxiang asked. My father is still up there, and the punishment for that island is still there. This will definitely not happen again. After all, the heavenly Tao is not in a good situation right now. Natural law divine spirit replied, you can be at ease with that. You promise? Qinxiang said, I promise. He is the natural law divine spirit, so it is normal for Qinxiang to make him promise something. All right, I believe you. Qinxiang nodded his head. I came down from above profound wasteland. What happened to those black hairs human S up there? I heard that those things were actually called natural law guardians S, or something like that. Speaking of this matter, natural law divine spirit and Earth's core divine spirit looked at each other, a little embarrassed. S said, seeing their reaction, Qinxiang immediately confirmed that those natural law guardians S back then were indeed related to them. Don't misunderstand. We know about this, but it definitely has nothing to do with us. Natural law divine spirit saw Qinxiang's look of contempt and immediately said, is that so? But you guys seem to be very guilty. Qinxiang said, we were supposed to be responsible for this matter. This is our responsibility, but our power is limited. Natural law divine spirit's face was filled with helplessness. This matter was caused by the previous natural law divine spirit and the others in order to be lazy. At that time, I was still just a little brat in natural law divine realm. Then what do we do now? These guys seem to be a threat to both the new and the old. Qinxiang curled his lips. I really didn't think that you natural law divine spirit are so weak. You can't even solve this little problem. Earth's core divine spirit finally spoke. He used a rough voice to say, we have no other choice. The majority of our divine powers come from the heavenly Tao. However, we do not know what kind of situation the heavenly Tao is in right now, leading to chaos in the world that is born with the power of natural law principles, as well as greatly reducing our strength. Natural law divine spirit nodded his head. It really is like that, otherwise we wouldn't have to be afraid of those evil spirit races. Qinxiang looked at him with contempt. Could it be that you are looking for an excuse? Is the positive recession that bad? This is real. I am a natural law divine spirit, so I definitely need sufficient strength to control the entire heavenly Tao and the other G. Oh, DS are the same as well. If not for something unexpected happening, we would not be in this state, and the entire heavenly Tao is not something we can control right now. Natural law divine spirit shook his head. Of course, the heavenly Tao also left a trump card, which was the 3 great native bank S. Qinxiang's eyes lit up. The 3 great native bank S are indeed powerful, Can they deal with those natural law guardians, S? Right. How many were there in the natural law guardians? I saw a lot of them in a lake. Profound wasteland is still considered good. There are only a few of them. Now that both evil wasteland and devil wasteland have fallen, it is fortunate that we had all set up strong barriers in these 3 ancient wastelands, which should be enough to sustain us for a very long time. The natural law divine spirits, words made Qin Xiang worry deeply. The situation between the evil wasteland S were actually so terrible. The 3 great native bank S have also only just found out, and this is what I have just told them. Can they really deal with those natural law guardians S? Chen Xiang was very suspicious of this matter. Out of the 3 native bank S that had sent out, 6 had died. If it's only the normal ancient desolation and 8 desolations, the combined strength of the 3 native bank S would obviously not be enough to contend against those natural law guardians S. However, there shouldn't be a problem for those above sacred wasteland S, natural law divine spirit said. I will head to sacred wasteland in a while to discuss this matter with them. The Earth's core divine spirit said, every native bank has 3 villa masters. The weakest is the one in charge of managing the new 8 wastelands, and the second strongest is the one in charge of managing the ancient desolate, profound wasteland, spirit wasteland, devil wasteland, and evil wasteland. And the strongest are the ones in charge of the beast wasteland S and the sacred wasteland S. If the Earth's core divine spirit didn't say it, Chen Xiang would have forgotten about the other ancient wastelands. What's going on with the human wasteland? Is he also in the new 8 wastelands? Chen Xiang asked. Human wasteland isn't very strong. She is currently in the same condition as spirit wasteland. It's just that the place she is at is a little hidden, so you all have not found her yet. The natural law, divine spirit said, where's the sacred wasteland? Are all the guys inside very strong? Chun Xiang was very curious about this. The great landlord S of the 3 great native bank S are all in the sacred wasteland. What do you think? And among the sacred wasteland, not only are the 3 great native bank S the strongest, there are also a few other heaven wasteland aristocratic family S, natural law divine spirit said. The group of fellows from heaven wasteland aristocratic family, their ATTI, 2 towards us is way worse than you. They don't even put us in their eyes. Who asked you to be so incompetent? It's normal for you to not be worthy of respect. Chun Xiang laughed. Sai, we can't help it. Of course, we wish to become stronger. Natural law, divine, spirit side again. See 2524. See 2524. How many black hairs human S are there in the profound wasteland? Chun Xiang said, can they escape? Back then there were over 1 billion such black hairs human sealed inside the profound wasteland, but there were over 4 billion in the devil wasteland and the devil wasteland. Of course, these fellows are better than humans in that they will never kill each other. Furthermore, as long as one of them evolved into an emperor, they would vow to follow that emperor to the death. The natural law, divine spirit said. Chun Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. What natural law divine spirit said just now was enough to prove the strength of those black hairs human S. There shouldn't be any emperor-like black hairs human in the profound wasteland right now. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Chun Xiang said, it's hard to say. Even if he did, you don't know. To be able to evolve to that degree, he must have very high intelligence, so his actions will still be very cautious. The natural law divine spirit said, it's all because of you lousy creatures. For the sake of laziness, you made such a terrifying thing. Chun Xiang snorted. I told you already. This is the previous natural law divine spirit's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Natural law divine spirit's face was filled with grievance. Right, isn't there another divine wasteland? What kind of place is that? Chun Xiang asked. That place is very mysterious, we don't know either. I only know that many generations of natural law, divine spirit, have gone to that place, and it is said that the place is where the heavenly Tao transcends. As long as we go there, we will see the creator of the heavenly Tao. Natural law divine spirit's face was full of yearning when he said this. So mysterious. Chunxiang was also very curious and wanted to take a look. Of course, he couldn't do it now. His cultivation base was very low. If he had a Tao Lord cultivation base, he wouldn't be too far off. Inside the sacred wasteland, those heaven wasteland aristocratic family are very interested in the black hairs human. I remember that not long ago I met a person from the heaven wasteland aristocratic family who came, and he even asked me where I was from. He said that he wanted to capture some of them and see if he could tame them into his slaves. The natural law, divine spirit said, I think they want to train their own troops and then kill and plunder everywhere. Earth's core divine spirit snorted. I still understand the style of those BASTARDS from heaven wasteland aristocratic family. Speaking of the heaven wasteland aristocratic family, both natural law divine spirit and Earth's core divine spirit actually had the same grudge. One look was enough to tell that they had been bullied by the heaven wasteland aristocratic family. Chunxiang secretly thought it was funny. These DS were down and out, being humiliated to such a degree by others, but they could not say anything. They were truly aggrieved. I think those guys will know where the natural law guardians is soon. When the time comes, they might send people over to capture them. If you meet them, you must be careful of them and not have any conflicts with them. Otherwise, none of us will be able to save you. Natural law, divine, spirit warned. Are they really scary? Chunxiang didn't understand sacred wasteland at all. Could it be that the strongest is not a Tao sovereign? Among the 10th stage of the heavenly Tao, the Tao sovereign stage is only at the 9th stage. There's even a Tao D stage behind it. Natural law, divine, spirit curled his lips. We were originally in the Tao D stage. Because something happened to the heavenly Tao, we fell back to the Tao sovereign realm. So it's like that. Chunxiang recalled that the realm Xiao Beiling had told him about was indeed only 9 realms. In the sacred wasteland, there are a lot of Tao sovereigns and Tao DS. That place is where these kind of people gather to begin with. There are even demon and demon beasts there. The Earth's core divine spirit replied, right now, all of us DS are inside there. Then can I go now? Chunxiang really wanted to go there and take a look. He felt that there would definitely be some good pills inside. It's best if you don't go first. You have too many good things on you. But there are many wolves in there. You need to be clear. Even though the 3 native banks have strength, it is not their decision to make. There are many terrifying fellows within the sacred wasteland, and there are some that even the 3 native banks do not dare to offend. If they want to take your thing away, you can't do anything about it. The natural law divine spirit hastily said. He knew Chunxiang's ability. If Chunxiang really wanted to go, he could definitely go. All right, wait for me to become stronger, Chunxiang said. Chunxiang now knew what he wanted to know, and the natural law divine spirit and the Earth's core divine spirit had left as well. Even though my core is a bit clear, it's still safe. The upper echelons are really too frightening. What black hairs human is this? And what heaven wasteland aristocratic family is this? Huilin said, only by going out and messing around would I be able to live a fulfilling life. Chunxiang patted his head. Go activate the array. See if we can successfully transfer the energy to the ground. Huilin went to open the formation plate and then exclaimed in joy. It's a success, and the speed at which it was delivered was even quicker. Not long after, Tai Yuntian used the transmission array plate to come here and discussed about setting up the array disk with Huilin. From the looks of it, he planned to place a few more here. In order to be able to come here at any time, Tai Yuntian had set up a transmission array plate here. As a formation master, he had this plate with him. Chun Xiang had already left the core of the earth and returned to the surface. He still had to refine pills, and the more he understood of black hair's human, the more he felt threatened. Now, not only did Chun Xiang have to cultivate the profound Tao power, he also had to raise his cultivation level. He had just stepped into the Tao realm. He was simply too weak. Not only would the advancement of his base level allow him to have greater strength, it would also allow him to relax while he was refining pills. After entering the Tao realm, eating Xingdao Danes was useless, and there were not many pills that he could eat now. Although it was useful, the effects were not very obvious, especially when he was in a rush to raise his cultivation. This Tao realm is a very high cultivation. You can't rush it, Xia Beiling said. With me protecting you now, you don't have to worry about anything. Chun Xiang recalled that the moment he stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, he had also improved by leaps and bounds. In the past, if he wanted to reach zones HI+ realm, it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, the amount of medicinal pills he had to consume was difficult to count. And now that he had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm along the way, he didn't consume many pills, and he only consumed a little bit of time. The pills I consume are mostly the recipes of this desolate land. It should be from the new 8 wastelands. Could it be that the older the pill formula, the more powerful it is? Chun Xiang thought for a while, then asked Xia Beiling, Sister Beiling, do you have any ancient pill formulas? Our spirit wasteland is also an ancient 8 desolations, all right? Of course, I have an ancient pill formula, but the prerequisite is that you have to have the medicinal ingredients. Xia Beiling said, I have a pill formula, and the pills are specially made for the Tao realm. It's just that the ingredients have been gone for a long time. What is that pill? As long as those medicinal herbs have been here before, I can find them. Chun Xiang said, See 25. See 25 Gold House home page, total click list, weekly click list, monthly click list, general collection legacy version, collect Golden House, set as first page Gold Room Chinese, Golden Book House /images /HJW_10, JPG Golden Room Chinese, Golden Room /images /banner, JPG /images /HJW_15, JPG first page, table of contents /images /HJW_3, JPG the article's query, popular keywords. The great king of the Tao Lords is sparing your life in the myth of the era of flying swords. Light blue ocean bright, yellow handsome, green light, elegant, red powder, aristocratic, family, white, world gray, world gold house Chinese advertise. ENT authors, fantasy, oriental fantasy, upgrade, cultivation, hot blood, shuang, beauty, queen palace, Marshal G. Oh, deep, elegant, ambiguous, pills, silent rogue, arrogant pill G. Oh, D. More please remember the name of this site. Golden House Pride World Pill G. Oh, D. Tiempo Fruit Chun Xiang was not just bragging. He also did a lot of things to find medicinal ingredients, and most of them were successful. Xia Beiling said, The main point of Tao realm is to transform bones into a Tao soul, and the stronger the Tao soul is, the stronger the Tao spirit becomes. And the difference between the first and the second stage of Tao realm is huge. I know about this. What sort of pills would be needed to increase my Tao soul quickly? Chun Xiang asked. That kind of pill is called SHI plus Padan. It can help people to cultivate all the way to the 10th level of Tao realm, and there is only one type of herb that is needed. Xia Beiling said, That thing is called the Tiempo fruit. It's a kind of fruit that looks like fire. I have never seen it before, so I have never refined this kind of pill before. I don't know if it really exists. Is this a very ancient pill formula? Chun Xiang asked. Of course. Otherwise, how could I not find the medicinal herbs? The ancient pill formulas are usually very strong, so the herbs that are required are also very good ones. However, because the herbs were extinct later on, other herbs will be replaced. As the generations go by, the recipes get worse and worse. Many of the apothecaries had no idea what to do in this situation. I must find that Tiempa fruit. That way, I can instantly reach the 10th level of Daopa realm. Qin Xiang said. The same thing happened to him when he rose up from the Dao Dan realm. If possible, that would be for the best. Although Xia Beiling was now a Dao sovereign, she still hoped to see that pill, which would make her white spirit city stronger. I wonder if this profound wasteland has it. Chen Xiang was just about to go find Tai Xiong. She didn't think that Tai Xiong would come. Brother Shin, what happened to the matter at the core of the earth? Tai Xiong was very curious about this. He had asked Tai Yuntian, but Tai Yuntian hadn't told him anything. The progress is not too bad. If it's open, your father will tell you. Chen Xiang laughed. Tai Xiong, I'm currently in urgent need of a type of medicinal ingredient. Can you help me find one? If it was before, this would definitely be an easy task, but now... You know, Tai Xiong knew that Chen Xiang was an extremely powerful pill refiner, but there were limited amounts of ingredients available, so he couldn't even concoct a little pellet right now. Chen Xiang took out a pen and paper and drew the pattern of a Tiempa fruit on the paper according to the image that Xia Beiling had told him. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. Tai Xiong nodded. Right now, Chen Xiang was in a hurry to find the Tiempa fruit. So after greeting Tai Xiong, he left the city and returned to Divine City with 3 coins. It's impossible for there to be people in the profound wasteland. There are way more humans in the profound wasteland than spirit desolate. Furthermore, with this kind of situation, we might as well find a way to rely on the new 8 wastelands. You have so much jade money right now, and those kinds of medicinal herbs are only of the king stage high rank. Chen Xiang came to the 3 Qian Divine City and went straight to the Immortal Bank to find Fan S. H.I. plus XAN. Manor Lord Fan, your complexion isn't too good. What happened? Qin Xiang asked. 2 things happened, but it was not a good thing. Seated on the chair, Fan S. H.I. plus XAN let out a long sigh. All of this is related to those black hairs human S. The first thing is that the people we sent out earlier have all detected the last thing we want to happen. Hearing Fan S. H.I. plus Xian's words, Qin Xiang also thought of something. They found a total of 20 lakes on top of the profound wasteland. 12 of them have already awakened, and each lake has tens of millions of black hairs human. Chen Xiang nodded. He had previously heard from the G. Oh, D of Heaven's path that there were more than 1 billion black hairs human S here. The reason why these fellows woke up is because one of them evolved and produced a leader. It was this leader who woke them up. The 6 warriors we sent out were all killed by that leader. When Fan S. H.I. plus Xian mentioned this matter, his face was filled with pain. I never thought that they would be so powerful. It looks like we have to prepare for the worst. Qin Xiang's expression became serious. The second thing, although it looks like a good thing, I feel like it's a bad thing. Fan S. H.I. plus Xian said, Qin Xiang, how much do you know about Sacred Wasteland? I know a little, but I heard that the big Villa Masters and second Villa Masters of the 3 big banks are all in the Sacred Wasteland. And there are even some Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S up there. Qin Xiang said, It seems like you know quite a lot. Fan S. H.I. plus Xian was a little surprised, then said, The second thing is that those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S are preparing to send people here to go into the evil wasteland, Demon Emperor, and profound wasteland to capture them. They want these black hairs human S to become their slaves. The heavenly G, O, D, and geocentric divine spirit had already mentioned this to Qin Xiang before. He did not expect those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S to act so quickly. Although the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is powerful, but we cannot underestimate them even with so many black hairs human. Right now, the black hairs human was still trapped inside the three ancient barriers. Although those barriers would be destroyed by the black hairs human sooner or later, at the very least it could delay a lot of things, especially the profound wasteland. The current situation in the profound wasteland is the best, so the black hairs human inside are all very quiet. If Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family were to enter the profound wasteland, he would definitely enrage those black hairs human. Evil Wasteland and the other black hairs humaness are even more so. This will only increase the speed of black hairs human breaking through the barrier. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan said, but the three great banks cannot stop those fellows. Chun Xiang scolded in a low voice. This bunch of B.A.S. T.A.R.D.S. If the enchantment is broken, the one who will be in trouble will be us. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan nodded his head. Right now, the three big banks above Sacred Wasteland have already made preparations. They will help us refine some array discs to protect the cities inside the new 8 wastelands. I just do not know how much they can refine, so time is very important to us right now. Manor Lord Fan, can you help me find this medicinal plant? I need it urgently. If you can find it, I'm willing to pay 10 billion for it. Qin Xiang took out the image of the Tiempa fruit and gave it to Fan S. H.I. plus Xn. This seems to be called a Tiempa fruit. Fan S. H.I. plus Xn frowned. This kind of fruit is rare even in the Sacred Wasteland. If you bid 10 billion, you should be able to buy it. That's great. Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised. Villa Master Fan, I'll leave it to you. It's nothing. If it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't even know about the matters of the black hairs human. Although some guys know about it, they plan to hide it. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan snorted. I don't even know what those fellows are thinking. The matter is already so serious, they should be telling us to be prepared. Qin Xiang felt that those big guys that Fan S. H.I. plus Xan was talking about should be the bunch of useless trash, like the G.O.D. of heaven. At this time, a young man walked in with a grave expression on his face. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan nodded at him, indicating that he could speak. Third Villa Master, Undead Divine Race, and the Evil Spirit Race are right beside the Evil Wasteland. They are preparing to open an opening for the black hairs, human S, inside to come out. The man's words shook both Qin Xiang and Fan S. H.I. plus Xan. They had previously forgotten about the Undead Divine Race and the Evil Spirit Clan. They did not expect that they were actually causing trouble now. Then, without permission, the group of Heaven Wasteland Aristocratic Families group directly entered the Three Money Divine City, clearly showing that they were intentionally provoking the three big banks. This will only make things more complicated. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan stood up and let out a long sigh. Let's go see what those bunch of fellows from Heaven Wasteland Aristocratic Family are up to first. C. 2526. C. 2526 Qin Xiang also wanted to see exactly how strong the people of the Heaven Wasteland Aristocratic Family were, to actually be so overbearing. Although the three great native bank S were easy to bully, they would not be looked down by so many people. Amongst the new 8 wastelands, these three great native bank S were the strongest, but they were still treated like this by the Heaven Wasteland Aristocratic Family S from the Sacred Wasteland S. It was obvious with a glance that these Heaven Wasteland Aristocratic Families people were extremely arrogant. Chun Xiang followed behind Fan S. H.I. plus Xin and headed towards the plaza. Because that group of people were currently in the plaza, he did not know what they were planning to do. Aren't there any defensive arrays here? Qin Xiang asked, standing beside Fan S. H.I. plus Xan. Of course we have them. However, these defensive arrays are useless against those fellows. Even if they do not have enough strength to break through our defenses, they do have some powerful divine weapons. When they came, the powerful families definitely gave them many defenses. Fan S, H, I plus Xan said. Chun Xiang and the rest had already reached the plaza, and in the middle of the plaza he saw 10 people standing there, and many of the transmission arrays had already been destroyed. Chun Xiang felt that these people were all very young, so their mental states were not mature enough. Normally, they were raised in a large family and thought that they were superior to others, so they would definitely not think much of new 8 wastelands. Did you destroy this? After Fan SHI plus Xan arrived, he asked indifferently. Even so, Chun Xiang, who was beside him, could feel his anger. After Fan SHI plus Xan arrived, Chun Xiang saw 2 other groups of people rush. HI plussing over. They should be the villain masters of the other 2 native bank S. So what? One of the purple-robed men laughed coldly. I came to this broken place, and I actually still need to collect our jade money. I deserve it. This place was built by us. You can leave it to the jade money, but no one is forcing you to come. But now, not only did you use this method to force your way in, you even destroyed the transmission array in here. Considering that you all don't understand the rules, you all only need to compensate the transmission array and leave this place immediately. Fan S H I plus Xan said in an amiable tone. His self-restraint was extremely good, so he did not reveal the anger in his heart. This kind of person was always very scary, especially when they didn't want to put up with it. The purple-robed man sneered and said, I won't compensate you. What can you do to us? Don't tell me you dare to attack us? As soon as the word succeed came out of his mouth, there was a crisp paw sound. The purple-clothed man that had just spoken had already been sent flying. He was actually sent flying by someone's heavy slap. Chun Xiang was startled because he did not see who it was. Fan S-H-I plus Xian was always there. His expression was extremely natural, and it did not seem like he was going to attack. It was from the goatee on Fan S-H-I plus Xian's right. Xia Beiling said, That guy is very strong. He should be a Dao Lord. Chun Xiang looked at the goatee elder, who had a smile on his face and stroked his beard. You all, which one of you hit him? The dozen or so people from the heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family panicked. They really did not think that there would actually be someone who dared to attack them. So what if I hit you? Fan S-H-I plus Xan said, Although I did not do it, but I want to say, well done. Only now did the 10-odd youngsters realize that the 3 manor lords standing in front of them were not easy to deal with. Just you wait. The man in purple had already gotten up. His face was now completely black. He didn't know why, but he looked like he had been poisoned. Let's go. A man in black knew they were no match for him and decided to go back and find help. Want to leave? You all destroyed the transmission array here, and you want to leave just like that? Fan S-H-I plus Xan said. While talking, no one knew what he had done, but the surrounding S-P-C had suddenly become extremely S-to-you. Our dysprosium 1 transmission arrays 1 billion jade money. In total 17 of them were destroyed by you. So you have to pay 1,700,000,000. Otherwise, you're not allowed to scram. Fan S-H-I plus Xan said coldly. You guys have already made your move. Don't expect us to compensate you. He wanted to charge over, but they were not his opponent. Previously, they thought that Fan S-H-I plus Xian and the rest would be afraid of them because they were from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. But now, before they could even say anything, they were beaten up. Did the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family send you guys to deal with the natural law guardians? Fan S-H-I plus Xan suddenly laughed. With your current abilities, you will definitely die without a single hair remaining. They must have been unable to survive in the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, or perhaps they were neglected in the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, which was why the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family sent them here to die. The goatee middle-aged man laughed. No matter how you look at it, these guys don't look like they'll live long. They still dare to be so arrogant. You all, who do you think you are? 3 native Bankas. If they were to fight, our heaven wasteland aristocratic family will not be afraid of you. A man said angrily, Yo, I'm so scared. Let your elders beat me up. Fan S-H-I plus Xian laughed. Just as Fan S-H-I plus Xian finished speaking, those young men and women all flew out and received a slap on their faces. This time, Qinxiang still could not see who hit him. It's that bald fatty, Xia Beiling said. The villa masters of these 3 native Bankas are all very strong. Qinxiang looked at the bald fatty. He had heard from Jiang Xian that this bald fatty was the 3 villa master of the lifeless native bank, and the goatee should be the 3 lives native bank. Although they came from 3 native Bankas, they were unexpectedly united. This also surprised Qinxiang. In the end, under Fan S-H-I plus Xian's intimidation, these dozen or so youngsters finally took out 17 billion jade money S. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave the city. 3 manor lords, is there really no problem in doing so? Qinxiang was a little worried. No problem. We are the elders of this group, and our strength is much higher than theirs. How can we allow them to insult us like this? We must teach them a lesson. Not to mention these youngsters. Even if those old fellows were arrogant here, we would still beat them up. The bald fatty laughed. This was strength. With strength, as long as he met such an arrogant fellow, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. All right, I will go and see what those fellows from undead divine race are doing. The 2 of you stay here and guard against those youngsters. After Fan S-H-I plus Xian finished speaking, he said to Qinxiang, I'll help you settle the matter that you've requested of me as soon as possible. All right, thank you very much. Qinxiang told Fan S-H-I plus Xian to help him purchase the Tianpa fruit. As long as he could get it, Qinxiang believed that he would be able to reach the peak of the Daopa realm very soon. See 25-27. See 25-27. Qinxiang used the transmission array here to teleport to the Heavenly Dragon City. There were already 3 native Bankas in the Heavenly Dragon City, which made Qinxiang feel a lot more at ease. Currently, the formations of the Heavenly Dragon City and the hundreds of Flowers Village were being changed as they could defend against those Black Hairs human S. Heavenly Dragon City's defense is pretty good, Xia Beiling said. I need to return to my White Spirit City to prepare after a while. Those Black Hairs human are truly too terrifying. Who knows when they will be able to break through the barrier and escape. Amen. I can talk to Long Jiuxiao about it when the time comes. He is extremely familiar with these array formations. At this time, he was walking toward Long Jiuxiao's 9 Heavens Dragon Manor. Under Long Jiuxiao's management, the few D tribes and humans got along very harmoniously. Little scoundrel. Suddenly, Qinxiang heard a sweet shout that sounded like a child's cry. You air! A white kitten flew over, chuckling as it landed on top of Qinxiang's head. I missed you so much. Qinxiang hurriedly grabbed Yuer and rubbed her. He hadn't seen Yuer, this little kitten, for a long time. Humph, you have so many women by your side. How could I be in your heart? Yuer pouted coquettishly and mewed a few times. Didn't you already turn into a little girl? Qinxiang laughed as he placed her on his palm. I still think that this image is better. Yuer stuck out her tongue. Are you going to look for Long Jiuxiao? This guy is not in the Dragon Manor. He took his men to the city gates to fight. Fight. Qinxiang frowned. Who is he fighting? Don't tell me that you are going against those enemies of his. Back then, Long Jiuxiao was in the hands of a group of dragons. However, he was poisoned at that time, so Long Jiuxiao's enemy was quite strong. No, it seems to be more than 10 red-faced monsters. Yuer replied, We'll know after we go and take a look. I just heard about it, and decided to head there. Chen Xiang brought Yue and walked toward the city gate. Yue, are you usually at Dragon Manor? Chen Xiang asked. No, I run around. Sometimes I go to the cat forest. Sometimes I go to the Star Moon Mountain. However, I often come to Hundreds of Flowers Village to tease those small dragons out of boredom. Yue smiled and said, I, too, come often. In the Heavenly Dragon City, the cat forest was where the cat race lived. In the Star Moon Mountain, the Star Moon Divine Race was the dragon village, and the Undead Divine Race was in the Undying Shrine. You must have bullied those little dragons a lot, Chen Xiang said with a smile on his face. When he approached the city gate, he sensed a burst of aura and his expression changed as he rushed to the city wall, brought Jiu, Songhai and the rest, and was just about to confront the dozens of youths. Earlier, when Yue said that it was some sort of red-faced monster, Chen Xiang really thought that it was some kind of demon beast. He didn't think that it was actually a human. It was just that half of the faces of the dozen or so people were flushed red because they were the dozen or so youths who were slapped by the bald-headed plateback in 3 Money Divine City. Why are they here? Chen Xiang's expression became serious. What is it? You're the one who brought him here? Yue asked, who are they? They seem to be very powerful. They are from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Chen Xiang immediately told Yue about the matter of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and also told her about the dozen or so youths getting beaten up. Ah, it seems like these guys are here to vent their anger after getting hit, Yue said. They are all cultivators of the Dao sect. There is no need to worry. Xiao Beiling suddenly came out from the Yu Yao mountain villa, pinched Yue a little, and then hugged Yue to his chest while laughing. Yue also rubbed Xiao Beiling's well-developed chest with her 2 little claws, making Chen Xiang curse in his heart. Xiao Beiling had stayed in the Hundreds of Flowers village for a few days, and Yue had often played with her at that time. Hey, I heard you're a dragon. In the sacred wasteland, there aren't many dragons. We've always wanted to catch one, but we couldn't do so. Now that we've recovered, we actually found one here, and it seems rather weak. His originally black face had now become much better, only there was a red mark on it. Songhai, you guys go into the city, Long Jiuxiao said in a heavy voice. Although Jiu Songhai had leveled up quickly, he was still not a match for this group of youngsters. He, Gudong Qin, and the others all listened to Long Jiuxiao and returned back to Heavenly Dragon City. Why are you capturing dragons? Long Jiuxiao asked as he saw Jiu Songhai and the others return and close the door. To ride, of course. The purple-robed man laughed loudly. Go home and ride your father. Long Jiuxiao was furious. A shadow of a dragon claw suddenly appeared and grabbed at the purple-clothed man's head. Ah! The purple-clothed man suddenly cried out miserably, only to see that there were a few B-L-O-D-Y holes on his face that had been clawed out by Long Jiuxiao. What was terrifying was that Long Jiuxiao actually managed to grab his face, the purple-clothed man's eye. A-L-L-S and nose were all holes, his skin and bones were all ripped apart. Seeing this scene, Xiao Beiling and Yue also took a deep breath. Quickly kill him, the purple-clothed man cried out miserably. If you want to die, then don't. Long Jiuxiao roared. The dragon's roar shook the entire sky. The power behind it caused people to feel fear. This guy is actually a Dao sovereign, Xiao Beiling exclaimed, feeling Long Jiuxiao's anger and the terrifying might. The purple-clothed man and the others all knew that they had kicked an iron board again, causing them to feel extremely stifled in their hearts. Let's go. He knew that Long Jiuxiao would definitely dare to kill him. B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. I, Long Jiuxiao, have never been afraid of you. Long Jiuxiao roared. The sky suddenly became dark, and black clouds started rolling. Seeing this, The youngsters ran as fast as they could. Qin Xiang also heaved a sigh of relief. He was previously worried that Long Juxiao might not be able to handle it. Not good. The direction they are heading towards is the Hundreds of Flowers village. Just as Xia Beiling finished speaking, she grabbed onto air and teleported over with Qin Xiang. Hundreds of Flowers village is not far from Heavenly Dragon City. The group of youngsters were running very fast, so when Xia Beiling brought Qin Xiang there, the group of youngsters had already activated the invisible enchantment around Hundreds of Flowers village. There's a barrier here. Is the Hundreds of Flowers village inside? Those fellows from the undead divine race seemed to have said that there was a Hundreds of Flowers village here, and all of them were exceptionally beautiful. A blue-robed man laughed obscenely. Let's go in. The purple-clothed man took out some powder and smeared it on his face. His rotten face quickly recovered, and he grinned sinisterly. Hey, are you really going in? A woman asked. 4 of these people were women. Of course, there are beauties inside. I want to bring them back to the maidservants. The purple-robed man began to laugh evilly. We need a few maids as well. When the time comes, we must viciously beat up this bee. Otherwise it will be hard to swallow her anger today. A woman said fiercely, See 2528. See 2528. Hearing that, Qin Xiang was immediately enraged. We must kill them. Xia Beiling had already teleported, his expression cold, and landed in front of the group of people. The sudden appearance of Xia Beiling made the eyes of the group of young men H.I.+N.E. It was rare to see a lady with an aura that was as beautiful as a fairy like Xia Beiling, especially when her face was frosty cold, making people feel that she had a cold and beautiful temperament, giving people a strong desire to conquer her. As for the 4 women, they were extremely jealous, especially when they saw the way the men were looking at Xia Beiling. Could it be that you heard our words and ran out on your own, wanting to be our maid? The violet-clothed man laughed sinisterly and walked over. Xia Beiling immediately used her extremely strong spatial energy and locked these 10 people in place. After hearing what they said just now, she felt that there was no need for these people to live anymore. She also did not expect those disciples of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to be so arrogant. The group of youngsters felt their hearts turn cold as they felt themselves frozen and unable to move. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. All of a sudden they wanted to cry. All of the fellows they had encountered were Dao, sovereign-level experts. They were all people who could easily deal with them. Humph! Qin Xiang suddenly teleported over. The heavenly magic sword directly slashed towards the purple-clothed man's head, chopping it off. Ah! What are you doing? Although his head fell to the ground, it didn't die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. As Qin Xiang spoke, he ruthlessly stomped his foot on that face, and then threw his head into the chuangs. H.I.+G.O.D. furnace and sealed it. You guys, it's fine as long as you stay in your own family. Why do you have to act so arrogantly? Do you really think you are invincible? Qin Xiang walked over to a woman who was just saying that she was going to grab the girl inside Hundreds of Flowers village and beat her up. Are you still a man? You want to make a move on a woman? The lady initially wanted to use the name of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to scare Qin Xiang, but she did not expect Qin Xiang to already know. Since he dared to attack them, it was obvious that he was not afraid of them. At this time, they could not believe that their Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's name was actually so useless, like a street rat. You're not even human. Qin Xiang nimbly swung his sword over, chopping off the girl's head, then throwing her into the chuangs. H.I.+G.O.D. furnace. They were all cultivators of Dao sect. As long as their heads were in divine sense C, they would not die, and the bodies that they painstakingly cultivated through were turned into ashes by Qin Xiang. Although Qin Xiang was furious just now, he did not lose his reason. He knew the consequences of killing these fellows, but if he let them continue to act arrogantly, sooner or later something big would happen. so he might as well make them disappear. This way, these people wouldn't be able to go back, nor would he know that Long Jiuxiao had attacked them. I never thought that Long Jiuxiao would actually have a grudge with the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Yu Er said, "And I find it strange too. Let's go and ask him," said. He had also heard from Long Jiuxiao's words that it was from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Xiao Beiling and Yu Er both entered the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, and Chen Xiang also entered the Ninth Heaven Dragon Villa. Senior Long, those eternity. As Chen Xiang spoke till here, Long Jiuxiao interrupted him and then led him into a room. "I think you were at the city wall just now. Where did you go after that?" Long Jiuxiao asked. Chen Xiang was watching by the side just now, of course he knew, but when he turned back, Chen Xiang was nowhere to be seen. "I went to chase after those guys. They went to the Hundreds of Flowers village afterwards," Chen Xiang said. "That direction is indeed correct, but there is a spirit formation over there. They will definitely not be able to enter," Long Jiuxiao said. "Although this group of fellows is strong, it's still not enough to destroy the Hundreds of Flowers village's barrier. No, they can even get into the Three Money Divine City, so it shouldn't be difficult for the Hundreds of Flowers village." Chun Xiang said, "Looks like I was careless. What happened next?" Long Jiuxiao sighed. "I'll cut them down," Chen Xiang said. "This group of people actually have designs on the Hundreds of Flowers village." "Kill them all." Long Jiuxiao knew that Xiao Beiling was right beside Chen Xiang, so dealing with those dozen-over kids was definitely not a problem. "No, chop off their heads and throw them into the chuangs. H-I+G-O-D furnace. Even though they didn't die, they would definitely feel worse than dead." Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. "Well done." Long Jiuxiao patted Chen Xiang's shoulder and laughed. "Senior Long, you and Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family seem to have a grudge, don't you?" Chen Xiang asked. "MN, I've been to a lot of places. Although the ancient 8 desolations disappeared mysteriously afterwards, I can still go to the transmission array of the 3 great native banks. Back then, when I was working as a moneymaker in the Eternal Life Native Bank, I went to the Sacred Wasteland. Those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S are the ones who caught me. They sold me around as if I was a slave. Those were the days when I couldn't bear it any longer." Thinking about this, the muscles on Long Jiuxiao's face twitched. There is such a thing. Chen Xiang also didn't think that Long Jiuxiao actually had such an unbearable experience. Later on, I ran out myself. I went to the Eternal Life Native Bank, and with the help of the second Villa Master, they were finally willing to release the master-servant contract. The second Manor Lord had also warned me that I absolutely cannot seek them out for revenge before I possess absolute power. Long Jiuxiao clenched his fist tightly. "Of course I know that they are very strong. That's why I have been enduring it this whole time. Of course, if I were to seek them in the future for revenge, I would definitely not let Heavenly Dragon City follow me." Chen Xiang did not expect the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to be so vile. This made him even more worried. These fellows have already hooked up with the undead divine race. The Heavenly Dragon City and the existence of the Hundreds of Flowers village was told to them by the undead divine race. Chen Xiang said, "Colluding with you. Just you wait. I'll take care of them sooner or later." Long Jiuxiao coldly snorted. "This is truly a troublesome situation. It seems like we have to hurry up and increase our strength." Chen Xiang sighed. "Senior Long, has Shuangru ever told you about the profound way?" "Yes, as I said, training in the profound Tao power can make it easier for me to deal with black hairs human." Long Jiuxiao nodded his head. "We have already started to cultivate. It's all thanks to you. I have a feeling that the group of black hairs human will engulf the entire new 8 wasteland soon." "Why do I have such a premonition?" Chun Xiang asked anxiously. "Because Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family Whether it is the ancient desolation or the new 8 wastelands, they have not been in chaos for a long time. And the existence of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S is precisely to create chaos. Long Juxiao sighed. Back then, when I was captured by them as their slave pet, I understood us quite well. This is a group of people who only want to stir up trouble. See 2529. See 2529, it was impossible for the undead divine race and the evil spirit race to not know, but because the 3 great native Bankas were inside, they did not dare to act rashly. They still had some reservations towards the strength of the 3 great native Bankas. In order to deal with the 3 great native Bankas, undead divine race and the evil spirit race had gone somewhere to contact the disciples of the desolate land and brought them here to cause trouble. It was obvious that this was to allow the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to deal with the 3 great native Bankas. Right now, we only need to pay attention to undead divine race and evil spirit race. Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's opponent is the 3 great native Bankas. Long Juxiao replied, "You don't have to worry too much. For now, we are still very safe." Chun Xiang nodded. He and Long Juxiao talked about a few more things, something relating to the situation in the profound wasteland, such as the things underneath the Earth's core. After the discussion, he and Xia Beiling headed towards the White Spirit City. Right now, Xia Beiling also needed to make sure that this place was protected. So she went to find Su Kong and Qin Yang and instructed them on a few things. As for pills, Xia Beiling did not need to worry. When she was inside the hundreds of Flowers Village before, she had already discussed this with Feng Yujie and the others. And right now, the Azure Void Yang and Long Juxiao had a lot of interactions and had already secretly formed an alliance. This kind of alliance wasn't too bad. When one party has difficulties supporting the other, the Azure Void Yang's strength was rather strong. Chun Xiang stayed in the spirit wasteland for a few days and then headed towards the 3 Money Divine City from there. He wanted to ask Fan S, H.I. plus XIN if he had any news about the Tiempa fruit, which he desperately needed right now. Fan S, H.I. plus XIN was not here, but Chun Xiang heard from the shopkeeper that he would be back in 3 days. Chun Xiang patiently waited for 3 days, and sure enough, Fan S, H.I. plus XIN was back. It was so easy to get it. This is something that an old alchemist has been collecting for a long time. Fan S, H.I. plus XIN handed over a jade box to Chun Xiang. Because it has been in my collection for a long time, that guy almost forgot, so I don't usually take care of him. So this Tiempa fruit is not so good. Chun Xiang opened the jade box and saw that the Tiempa fruit was already dried up, but he could still sense a trace of vitality. As long as it was not completely dried up and died, it was not a problem for Chun Xiang. "I'm fine," Chun Xiang said, about to take out the jade money and give it to Fan S, H.I. plus XN, but Fan S, H.I. plus XN did not do so. This Tiempa fruit was also gifted to me by the old alchemist. You have to tell us what happened inside the profound wasteland, and we are very grateful to you. Fan S, H.I. plus XN smiled. He was the owner of the native bank, and he did not lack jade money. Thank you very much. Chun Xiang was extremely happy at the moment, as long as he could grow this Tiempa fruit in large quant. 1. Ties he would be able to reach the 10th layer of Daopa realm very quickly. He brought the Tiempa fruit to the White Spirit City. Are you refining AS, H.I. plus Padan now? Xia Beiling asked. I still have some things to do here. Not yet. We still need to wait a while before it can grow. What business do you have here? Do you need my help? Chun Xiang asked. No need. Right now, I also need to choose some outstanding people to teach them the way to cultivate the heart of the profound way. In the future, if I meet any black hairs humaness, it would be easy to deal with them. Xia Beiling said. Hearing Xia Beiling's words, Qinxiang immediately took out a lot of medicinal ingredients to refine the way of the profound. You can use it to refine your way of cultivation. The environment here is different from profound wasteland. There is no profound Tao power to absorb. We need a large amount of help in the way of the profound. Qinxiang said, "All right, I'll ask Azure Sun Void to help me with the selection. I'll go and concoct pills first." Xia Beiling said, "And I will go to profound wasteland to take a walk and see if I can find better herbs there." Qinxiang said he felt that there were definitely many other good herbs in profound wasteland. "Then you must be careful. Without me by your side, encountering black hairs human will be very dangerous." Xia Beiling said, "Don't worry about that." Qinxiang laughed. Qinxiang left the White Spirit City and headed towards the profound wasteland. Now that he had cultivated the heart of the profound way and had heavenly magic soared by his side, he felt that even if he met black hairs human, if he couldn't beat them, he could at least hold on for a while and escape. Moreover, he still had 6 realms mirrors S, but he had to wait until night before he used the white tiger to jump in. Nighttime. Qinxiang entered the profound wasteland and immediately teleported to the city, very quickly entering it. "Where's Brother Tai?" Qinxiang asked the shopkeeper here. In the past, Tai Xiong was always in this little villa. He went out with Iron Fighting Team because Iron Fighting Team made some important discoveries. The shopkeeper said softly, "I heard that there's some good stuff." Not only did the Iron Fighting Team come back to look for the boss Tai, the other teams also came back one after another and sent their experts to follow them. "I wonder what kind of good stuff it is." "Do you know where it is?" Qinxiang was very curious about this. "How could I know? This is a very secret thing." The shopkeeper shook his head. Qinxiang also wanted to see what exactly that thing could actually cause Tai Xiong to personally make a move. This was because Tai Xiong had once said that he was very afraid of death and normally would not run out on his own. "When did Brother Tai set off?" Qinxiang asked again. "Yesterday." With that, Qinxiang disappeared. When Qinxiang arrived at the city lord's mansion, he was very busy right now and was refining the array disc. When Qinxiang entered the city lord's mansion, he also felt that the Tao aura there had become denser than before. In order to make the Tao energy even denser in the entire city, Tai Yuntian was currently putting in great effort to refine array discs. Those array discs were all transmission array S, which were able to transmit dense Tao energy from the center of the earth. Although he was busy, when he found out that Qinxiang was here, Tai Yuntian immediately ran out of the secret room to meet him. "City Lord Tai, do you know where Tai Xiong and the others went?" Qinxiang asked. After Iron Fighting Team came back, he told him that there were good things, and then he followed Iron Fighting Team and set off. "I know not only the Iron Fighting Team, but the other teams have also found some treasures at the island CLU S, in the middle of the Skyspan Lake. I don't know what exactly it is, but it's said that there are good things hidden inside." Tai Yuntian frowned. "You should not go. That place is more dangerous." "Crossing Heaven Lake? There are also islands in the middle of this lake, so wouldn't this lake be very big?" Qinxiang asked anxiously. "Of course, otherwise it would not be called the Sky Crossing Lake. It would be more or less fine to call it an inner sea." Tai Yuntian said, "There might be black hairs human down there. Do they not want to live?" Qinxiang was very worried about this. If he were to wake up the black hairs human at the bottom of this super lake, the consequences would be unimaginable. They said that they have investigated and that there are no black hairs human S at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, they said that nothing will happen if we are careful. Tai Yuntian laughed. "Speaking of which, extracting Daoqi from the core of the earth is really too good. The Daoqi in this city will quickly become denser, and all of this is thanks to you." "This is a small matter. Iron City Lord, where is Crossing Heaven Lake? I want to take a look." Qinxiang asked. C2530. C2530 after getting a seat from Tai Yuntian. Qinxiang immediately headed over. It was also dark now, so it would be safer on the road. Black Hair's human only appeared during the day. It was hard to say whether or not he would appear during the night in the future. For safety's sake, Qinxiang rode on the Six Realms mirrors and flew on the profound wastelands land towards the Sky Lake. After a night of travel, he finally saw the Heavens Crossing Lake. It looked endless and was indeed a very large lake. Qinxiang flew in the air and looked downwards while using the Dao Heart Eye. There were actually many densely packed golden specks of light below. These golden specks of light were extremely secret scrolls, so it looked like a field of golden fluorescent light. It was very obvious that this was the Black Hair's human's gene Xan, and Tai Yuntian had told Qinxiang before that someone had already investigated this place and confirmed that there were no Black Hair's human S below. But now, Qinxiang could see so much. Qinxiang rode on his Six Realms mirrors and flew straight there. He looked down below with his Dao Heart Eye and saw dots of golden light, which meant that the entire bottom of the lake was Black Hair's human. I hope these fellows do not wake up during this period of time. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Qinxiang was very worried. There were countless Black Hair's human below. And now that it was daytime, he was very worried that these Black Hair's human would suddenly appear. However, along the way, he did not encounter any Black Hair's human, which made him feel a lot more at ease. An hour later, he saw the island. It was a group of islands of various sizes. It was extremely vast, and a few of the islands were very large. It looked like a land with mountain forests and beasts. Qinxiang landed on one of the islands, took out his communication jade symbol paper, and sent a message to Taixiong. "Brother Iron, where are you?" Not long after Qinxiang sent the message, the other party responded. "Are you nearby? You went to the Sky Island by yourself?" Taixiong's voice was extremely surprised. "Yes, you are on that island." Qinxiang asked anxiously. "Seven-Horn Island." Taixiong said, "The biggest." "All right, I'll go over now. I'll contact you when I get there." Qinxiang immediately rode on his Six Realms mirrors and rushed over, landing on the top of the Seven-Horn Island. This island was the largest, and it also had a very dense amount of Dao Qi. Qinxiang saw many footprints that were almost the same size on the beach, only under one circuit. Stance would there be so many identical footprints? And that was the Black Hair's human. Black Hair's human's body was about the same size, and when Qinxiang looked at the beach that was close to the he realized that all these footprints were on the same place. Seeing this, although it was noon, Qinxiang's I plus Vered, the Black Hair's human below had come ash. Brother Tai, you guys have to be careful. A large number of Black Hair's human have already entered the island. Qinxiang took out his communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Taixiong. "Is this for real?" Taixiong asked in shock. "It's true. You all must be careful and quickly escape. There are a lot of Black Hair's human." Qinxiang said, "Their footprints are all over the beach." And it. "They are here, Brother Shin. You should run first." Taixiong screamed in shock. After that, Qinxiang did not receive any more responses from Taixiong. Seems like Taixiong is in trouble. Qinxiang clenched his teeth, then controlled his Six Realms mirrors and flew into the mountain forest inside the island. The forest was filled with giant trees. When Qinxiang entered, he saw that many of the trees had been snapped by the powerful force, and some had even exploded into pieces. The ground was filled with all kinds of leaves, which was clearly done by the Black Hair's human. I wonder what's going on with these Black Hair's human S. If there is a leader among them, it will be even more troublesome. The only thing he wanted to do now was to quickly find Taixiong and bring them away. After Qinxiang flew for a while and saw the blood on the ground, he knew that there had been a fight before. He had previously heard that there were many teams coming in. These teams all had a rather strong person with them, but if they met the Black Hare's humans' army, it would not be easy for them to escape. Qin Xiang was even more nervous now. He did not want Tai Xiong to die here. Tai Xiong was his good friend, and it was possible that Tai Xiong came here to help him look for the medicinal ingredients. "Boss, leave quickly." Chen Xiang suddenly heard a big-sized man's voice. He immediately knew that it was the leader of the iron fighting team. He remembered this voice. "It's right in front." Chen Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and it quickly flew over. But when he arrived at the front, Qin Xiang's heart couldn't help but quiver, and he instantly became alarmed. The dense S of people in front were all Black Hare's human S. This group of Black Hare's human S had surrounded Tai Xiong and the others, and had only left an open SPAC in the middle to fight with Tai Xiong and the others. Previously, when the Black Hare's humans saw the human race, they had charged directly to kill them. How could they be as civilized as they were now? This could only mean that the group of Black Hare's human all had intelligence, or were commanded by the powerful Black Hare's human who had intelligence. There's over 100,000 people here. Although there were a lot of Black Hare's human S, Qin Xiang still rushed over. This group of Black Hare's human were all very strong. They could all sense Qin Xiang riding on the 6 realms mirrors flying over, with more than 100 of them jumping up, preparing to stop Qin Xiang. However, they were all dodged by Qin Xiang using his spatial energy. When these Black Hare's human saw that Qin Xiang knew how to use spatial energy, he stopped his jump as well. However, Qin Xiang did not relax because he could feel that a few Black Hare's human who knew how to use spatial energy were closing in on him. Boo! One of the Black Hare's human S suddenly appeared in front of him and stomped down fiercely. But 6 realms mirrors was not weak either. Not only did it block the force, it even bounced back the force and shattered that Black Hare's human's thigh. Qin Xiang also quickly pulled out his sword and directly slashed onto Black Hare's human's legs. With the profound Tao power and the sharpness of the heavenly magic sword, Black Hare's human was like tofu slabs as he was sliced into half from the middle of his legs. After getting rid of Black Hare's human, Chen Xiang immediately teleported back to where Tai Xiong and the others were. They were surrounded by a group of Black Hare's human. Qin Xiang enlarged the 6 realms mirrors and then enveloped them, allowing them to enter the center. "Brother Shin, what are you doing here? This is too dangerous." Tai Xiong had also seen Qin Xiang make his move just now. He never thought that Qin Xiang would actually be able to easily kill a Black Hare's human. "Nonsense, I was just here to save you," Qin Xiang said. He then activated his 6 realms mirrors and teleported away, disappearing from the forest. However, just as he teleported to a certain location, he saw thousands of Black Hare's human chasing him from behind. See 2531. See 2531, there were those in the Black Hare's human who knew how to use spatial energy. So for them to be able to bring a large group of Black Hare's human S to chase after him was something that Qin Xiang had long ago experienced. Therefore, he had long since been mentally prepared. Thankfully, not many of them know how to use their spatial energy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, then suddenly calmly controlled the 6 realms mirrors to continuously teleport. Being chased down to the point that they couldn't teleport either, Tai Xiong and the others didn't say a thing. That group of Black Hare's human definitely couldn't handle it. "I have to think of a way. I can't run like this," Qin Xiang said as he flew above the lake. "We are really unlucky. Just as you sent the message, this group of Black Hare's human suddenly appeared." Tai Xiong said, "What about the other teams?" Qin Xiang asked, "They are also on this island. I wonder if they have met the Black Hare's human. Could it be that they were the first to meet us?" Tai Xiong said, "I'll inform them now. Tell them to be careful." Although there was constant combat, 1. Tie-in between the two teams, they were very united, especially when it came to big matters like these. Qinxiang was also very gloomy. There were thousands of strong black hairs human behind him. He was sure that he could not kill them all. He did not know what to do. He could only keep running, and do it at night. What's good on that island? Qinxiang asked, although there were still black hairs human chasing after him. He was not so nervous right now, because those few black hairs human who knew how to use the power of SPAC would definitely be very tired. After all, they had to bring a few thousand black hairs human behind them. While when Qinxiang stepped into the Daopa realm, he used the power of his natural law principles to sustain him for a very long time, even though he had Taixiong and the others with him. There are medicinal herbs inside, Taixiong said, and then he took out a jade box. Take a look at what kind of medicinal herb is inside. I don't know him. Qinxiang took the fruit and looked inside. It was a pure black fruit and said, I don't recognize it either, but there is a very rich, profound Tao power inside. There are a lot of profound Tao power and there's even a crystal core in the innermost area. Crystal core? Could it be the legendary Profound fruit? Taixiong shouted in surprise. Profound fruit? Qinxiang had never heard of this fruit before, but from the name, he knew that this fruit was very powerful. I heard that this is an emperor-level fruit. It's great that it can be used to refine emperor-level pills. Taixiong Pa said it to Qinxiang. This is for you. You can definitely concoct an extremely good pill. Definitely. Qinxiang was also quite surprised that he could actually find an emperor-rank medicinal ingredient, and it was a profound Tao power on the inside. What he was very concerned about was the inner core. He felt that it was very likely to be the Tao Gu condensed from the profound Tao power, something that was equivalent to divine deity. Is this why they surrounded you? Qinxiang suddenly thought of something. These guys might really need this kind of heaven and earth treasure right now. Why do they need it? Taixiong thought for a while. No wonder they didn't have enough energy to work their way over. They were worried that if they killed me, they wouldn't be able to get the Profound fruit, so that's why. I didn't expect these guys to be so smart. He must have received an order. Qinxiang's expression became heavy. There must be something behind this group of black hairs humaness that is ordering them to do this. I'm guessing that if there is something like this, that guy will become even stronger, and maybe be able to command the entire profound wasteland. Mother ***, we have to kill this guy no matter what. This is a huge threat. No wonder I felt that the black hairs human I met today was different from the others. Taixiong scolded. Wait till night. Qinxiang said. Taixiong nodded. At the moment, they were still escaping, and Qinxiang was not far from the island as he wandered about on the surface of the lake. They have already sent word. They did not encounter the black hairs human. Taixiong took out a communication jade symbol paper and read its contents. Looks like those fellows were after me. Who let you obtain the Profound fruit? Qinxiang laughed, then looked towards the black hairs human behind him. He used the Dao Heart eye to look, and discovered that Jean Xin, who used 4 of them, was relatively large. He felt that it was very likely that those 4 black hairs human knew how to use spatial power. The reason why they were able to keep catching up is because of the few transmission master Of course, Brother Shin is also a transmission master. Taixiong laughed. If only I could get rid of their transmission master. Kill them. Qinxiang's eyes lit up, and he took out the heavenly magic sword. He held the sword hilt tightly and frowned. The heavenly magic sword suddenly lit up and turned into a red domineering bow. Heavenly magic sword was originally refined from 5 divine weapons, and there was one among them. So he planned to use the Suzaku bow to kill the transmission master inside. Everyone, let me borrow your profound Tao power. Qinxiang said, My own is too weak. Only the profound Tao power could easily destroy the Black Hair's human's defensive capabilities, and only then the Black Hair's human would die even more thoroughly. Put your hand on my back, Chun Xiang said. Iron Fighting Team and Tai Xiong immediately followed his instructions. They imbued the profound Tao power into Chun Xiang's body, and then Chun Xiang controlled the profound Tao power to condense an arrow. He stood straight while controlling the 6 realms mirror's teleportation. He pulled on the bowstring and used the Tao Heart Eye to aim at one of the larger golden hearts. When the 6 realms mirrors teleported to a certain location, the Black Hair's human followed closely behind. Remember, if Chun Xiang did not teleport away immediately, they would immediately attack from not too far away from the 6 realms mirrors. In the instant after his teleportation, Chun Xiang shot out an arrow and controlled the 6 realms mirrors to teleport away. How is it? Tai Xiong looked at the red bow in Chun Xiang's hand. He could naturally tell that this was not an ordinary item, otherwise he would not have been able to transform from a sword into a bow. Furthermore, the 6 realms mirrors he was sitting on right now, he also felt that this was an extremely amazing thing. Chun Xiang smiled slightly. It's working. Their numbers have decreased the moment these Black Hair's human hearts are struck by the powerful, profound Tao power. A huge explosion will occur, and a few of them should have died just now. Tai Xiong and Iron Fighting Team also saw that the Black Hair's human behind them had recovered more than 1,000 times. Furthermore, some of them had injuries on their bodies, which should have been caused by the explosion. Right now, there was still a long time until nighttime. Chun Xiang could not wait any longer, and the effects of the arrow just now was not bad, so he planned to use the power of Iron Fighting Team and Tai Xiong to kill all the Black Hair's human who were chasing him from behind. We still need 3 more arrows to finish them off. Is everyone's profound Tao power enough? Chun Xiang asked. Of course. Tai Xiong was very sure of that, and then he laughed out loud. Let's work together to kill off this group of fellows. C. 2532. C. 2532 Chun Xiang had already previously cultivated the heart of the profound way, and he had also trained quite a few profound Tao poweress. However, forget about dealing with the stronger Black Hair's human. Even dealing with the weaker Black Hair's human would be difficult, so he had to rely on Tai Xiong and Iron Fighting Team's profound Tao power. Tai Xiong and the others had grown up in the profound wasteland and had cultivated the profound Tao power for many years. After ACCU, muletting all of it, it was already very rich. Swiss. H. Plus, Chun Xiang shot out another arrow, instantly piercing through dozens of Black Hair's human S, accurately hitting one of them who knew how to use spatial energy. If the Black Hair's human's gene Xan were to be attacked by an external profound Tao power, it would violently explode. The larger gene Xan was, the more powerful the explosion would be. Black Hair's human, who knew how to use their spatial energy, were all extremely strong. As a result, after being hit by the heart, it would immediately explode and spread to the surrounding Black Hair's human. It's a pity. When Tai Xiong saw that there were less than 1,000 Black Hair's humaness left, he could not help but sigh, because Gene Xian was extremely valuable, especially those stronger Black Hair's humaness. Their Gene Xian was the most precious. Yeah, but there's nothing we can do. Chun Xiang also knew what this was a pity. Actually, he also wanted to get more Gene Xian from the Black Hair's human to try and see if he could refine it into a pill. As long as one of the Black Hair's human S completely exploded, the surrounding Black Hair's human S would also be affected, and their Gene Xian would also explode, causing a chain reaction. Thus, when Chun Xiang struck one of the Black Hair's human S, the resulting explosion would also kill him. Brother Shin, your bow is really powerful. The arrows that were formed could actually penetrate Black Hair's human of that level. I have fought with Black Hair's human of this level before. Their defenses are very strong. It is very difficult to break through their defenses, even with a very strong, profound Tao power. Tai Xiong said, It's all thanks to everyone's profound Tao power. This bow of mine is more powerful because it can quickly fuse many different types of energy together, then strengthen a bit. When it is shot out, it will also have a very high cohesive force, which is why it has such an effect. Chen Xiang laughed, then pulled the bowstring again and took out the third arrow. There were only 2 black hairs human-s that knew how to use their spatial power. As long as they could kill these 2, they wouldn't need to be chased so closely. Brother Shin, if you join our team would definitely be stronger than the 7th squad. The captain of the iron fighting team laughed. At this time, Qin Xiang had already released an arrow and aimed it accurately once again. He had a lot of experience using bows and arrows. Furthermore, this bow was one with him. Don't think about it. Brother Shin is a very powerful alchemist. Fighting and killing all day is not good. After Tai Xiong finished speaking, he could not help but sigh with emotion. Although he is concocting pills, but looking at his appearance, he does not seem to be afraid of fighting and killing at all. Instead, he has a lot of experience. With the last arrow, Chen Xiang killed the remaining transmission master, and most of the other black hairs human-s also died. We've finally gotten rid of him. We must have killed thousands of black hairs human already. If this were to spread, others might not believe us. Tai Xiong was a little excited at this moment. The other teams don't have such achievements. We were able to kill off that many black hairs human-s in such a short period of time. We are really powerful. If we can get Gene Xin, others will believe in us. Captain Taijan said. That's not important. As long as we can survive, Qin Xiang laughed. We'll go in when it gets dark and see if we can find anything inside. They were already out of danger, and there were really many treasures on the island. Otherwise, Tai Xiong and the rest wouldn't have been able to obtain the diaper-found fruit. Although the surroundings of the island was dangerous for treasures, Qin Xiang felt that it was worth it to take the risk, not to mention that he was with the iron fighting team right now. Just now, Qin Xiang had borrowed quite a bit from them with the help of their profound Tao power, which had caused them to consume a large amount of profound Tao power S as well. Brother Shin, how many of these things do you have? Tai Xiong was very surprised to see Qin Xiang taking out more than 10 profound Dao King Dan S in one go. Just eat, don't ask. Qin Xiang chuckled. Chu Hongqing's pill refining speed had also increased, refining the profound Dao King Dan pretty quickly. Iron Fighting Team and Tai Xiong ate the profound Dao King Dan that Qin Xiang gave them and recovered very quickly. Nighttime. Qin Xiang activated his 6 realms mirrors and went to the island. Everyone rested for a long time. They were all in peak condition now. Qin Xiang was currently holding the 9 soaring sky, divine, bow tightly. This had been transformed by the heavenly magic sword. Other than being able to transform into a divine bow, it could also transform into something else as well. And this was a function that only came with a complete recovery. After entering the island, Tai Xiong took out communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to the leaders of the other teams, asking them about their current situation and whether they had met Black Hair's human. Not long after, Tai Xiong received a reply. His expression became serious as he said, seriously, "Be careful, the Black Hair's human here can come out at night. I heard that several small teams were all killed. Several small teams had actually died." At the same time as Qin Xiang was feeling apprehensive, he saw Iron Fighting Team with a face full of grief. These small teams usually had good relations with the small teams, so they were able to help each other out whenever they met with danger. There has never been such a loss. The captain sighed. Seriously, I told them to leave this place as soon as possible when I sent the message, but they didn't listen to me. Tai Xiong sighed helplessly. Looks like we have to fight at night and try our best to save the other teams. Qin Xiang asked, how many teams are still inside? How are they? There are only a few teams left. They have all been hunted down by the Black Hair's human, and the situation is very bad. Brother Shin, whether or not we can save them all will depend on you. Tai Xiong knew, he and Iron Fighting Team knew, that Qin Xiang had some tricks up his sleeve. After they cooperated with Chan Xiang today, they killed several thousands of Black Hair's human. No problem. Qin Xiang nodded. He had a good impression of those small groups, because those small groups were all very brave and very loyal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Tai Xiong take the risk to save them. Let's go now. Chan Xiang entered the depths of the island and used the Dao Heart Eye at the same time. After using the Dao Heart Eye, even though the Black Hair's human was very far away, he could still vaguely capture those Black Hair's human S. This was because their gene XIN was extremely bright, like a golden dot of light in the darkness. See 2533. See 2533. Do you know where they are? Qin Xiang asked Tai Xiong. This island is very big. Finding them like this isn't a solution. We have to quickly find them. You should ask their captain where they are, and see who is the closest to us. We will go over first. Tai Xiong immediately took out the communication jade symbol paper and contacted the other party leaders. At this time, Qin Xiang also asked the Iron Fighting Team to lend him the profound Tao power, allowing him to condense an arrow. The 9th squad is nearby. Tai Xiong said, then pointed in a direction. Chan Xiang immediately urged his 6 realms mirrors and flew over. After a moment, he saw many golden specks of light. It was Gene XIN from the Black Hair's human. We've seen the Black Hair's human. Qin Xiang immediately enlarged the 6 realms mirrors, because he wanted to make the other team members come up. When he flew over, the Black Hair's human felt his approach and rushed over as well. With a teleport, he dodged dozens of attacks from Black Hair's human and then arrived at Team 9. This team originally had 10 people, but there were only 8 now. Furthermore, their bodies were riddled with wounds. So Chan Xiang immediately used a teleportation spell to move them onto the 6 realms mirrors S. Help them heal! After Chan Xiang finished speaking, the 6 realms mirrors violently shook and suffered from multiple attacks, but its defense was extremely strong and it had only trembled a little. Chan Xiang did not let the arrow fly, because the group of Black Hair's human S were very loose at the moment. If he had released one arrow, he would not have lost many Black Hair's human S. Furthermore, he had not found the stronger one among the group. Brother Iron, keep in touch with the other teams. Qin Xiang said before he teleported to avoid the attacks of the group of Black Hair's human S. Just now, there were only a few hundred Black Hair's human S, and even if he were to shoot an arrow at them, he wouldn't be able to kill them all, unless they were all squeezed together, which was why he decided to gather a few more Black Hair's human before attacking. Tai Xiong quickly contacted the other party leaders and immediately teleported over. This was the 5th group, and their overall strength was very strong, and they were currently unceasingly SLAs. H.I. plussing at Black Hair's human. They were still 10 people, but the injuries on their bodies were shocking, and their injuries were even worse than the 8 people in the 9th group. Qin Xiang did not know why they were able to keep killing Black Hair's human, but he admired them a lot. After he saw the 5th group, he quickly moved them to the 6 realms mirrors S. And now, the Black Hair's human that had surrounded and killed the 9th team had caught up as well. They had gathered with the Black Hair's human here for over 1,000 years already. Chan Xiang immediately split the arrow in his hand into 2, and then shot it towards the 2 transmission master S. After releasing 2 arrows, he immediately teleported away. After teleporting far away from the previous location, one could hear explosions resounding in the distance. The shock waves and sound waves also slowly spread out, raising the mountain forest to the ground as the aftermath turned into a violent gale. Brother Shin, you seem to be able to confirm the other party's transmission master. Tai Xiong asked. Those 2 arrows must have hit transmission master's body. If not, they wouldn't have such powerful might. Hee, I know how to use the power of S.P.A.C., so I can feel it. Qin Xiang laughed. Quickly ask the other party leaders. We have to save them. because they were surrounded by so many black hairs human S. If no one came to save them, they would only have a dead end. Very quickly, Qinxiang saved both Squad 1 and Squad 3. Only Team 7 is left. Their situation is the worst. After Tai Xiong got the details from the communication jade symbol paper, he hoped that they could hold on. Above the 6 realms mirrors, only Iron Fighting Team was still fine. The rest were all injured. Some of them even fainted. Only a few could still fight. Chen Xiang followed Tai Xiong's guidance and arrived at a barren mountain. Originally, this place was a green mountain, but because of the outbreak of a fierce battle, it became like this, and under the night sky it was enveloped in a dense amount of evil qi, causing the place to be extremely gloomy. They only have 3 left. Qin Xiang frowned. There are only 3 people left in Squad 7. What? It's too tragic. The 7th squad is the strongest team. A man sighed. He was the leader of a small team, and their team was severely injured. There were more than 2,000 black hairs, human S, in front of him, and there were also many corpses on the ground. Chen Xiang estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them, and those were all killed by Squad 7. Although these black hairs human were not the strong ones, they were not weak either. Furthermore, their attacking speed was very fast if it was tens or hundreds of people. These small teams could easily take care of them, but hundreds or thousands of them would be difficult. Furthermore, there were those annoying transmission master S among them. Come up. Chen Xiang used teleportation to move the 3 people of Squad 7 to the 6 realms mirrors. The other 2 were middle-aged. When they saw Tai Xiong and the others, they immediately fell onto the ground. They were already extremely tired and could only prop themselves up by their will. Are we the only ones still alive? The female team leader of the 7th group looked at the injured people on the 6 realms mirrors, her face covered in blood, and revealed a sorrowful expression. Yes, that's right, we're the only ones here. More than 10 teams have come in, sigh. This is probably the worst loss in history. Tai Xiong lamented. His iron fighting team was considered the best, and he wasn't injured at all. This was all thanks to Qin Xiang. The female captain looked at Qin Xiang. She could also feel that the 6 realms mirrors was constantly teleporting and that Qin Xiang was holding on to a red bow. She never thought that this alchemist, who only had Dao Perel mess, would actually be so powerful. Not only did she run over to this island, she herself had saved many people. Brother Shen, let's go back. Tai Xiong said. We're in trouble. Qin Xiang frowned. It's the leader of the black hairs human. Even though she was injured, she looked very energetic right now. Black hairs human's leader isn't an idiot. We were set up by them earlier, so you have to be careful. What is the cultivation level of the leaders of the black hairs human? Qin Xiang asked. Dao, sovereign. The female leader's words made Chen Xiang's face change. He activated more spatial energy than he could handle a Dao, sovereign, level black hairs human. Don't even think about escaping. A sinister laugh thundered out, causing Chen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors to shake violently as well, causing everyone who was sitting on it to jump up. The female captain gritted her teeth and said, This is trouble. It's a very strong spatial enchantment. Anyone could sense that terrifying spatial energy. The leader of the black hairs human was also a transmission master. See 2534. See 2530 for the thing that frightened Chen Xiang the most was not the leader of the black hairs human S, but the roiling waves of the sky lake which were raging and surging below him. The people below the sky lake are all black hairs human. This is big trouble. Chen Xiang's face became extremely ugly. If all of the black hairs human below have awakened, then all of the black hairs human here will as well. All of these are black hairs human? The female captain's expression was also unsightly. When we came earlier, we had already sent people to dive deeper in, but we did not discover black hair's human. Just as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying roar came from below. The roar filled the entire sky, as if the heaven and earth were collapsing, and Qin Xiang and the others felt as if their ears were about to shatter. "Kill them! I want to see how they escape, haha." The black hair's human leader laughed out loud. With the weak light, Qin Xiang and the rest could see black hair's human coming out from the lake. The roars were made by them, just now. "Don't look down on others." Qin Xiang's forehead suddenly lit up with a pattern. It was the white tiger Dao mark. He used all of his strength to activate the white tiger Dao mark's power and unleash an even stronger spatial energy. He jumped about in the spatial SPAC and jumped out of the spatial enchantment released by the black hair's human leader. After that, Qin Xiang jumped again. In a blink of an eye, he was already far away from the heaven-traversing lake. He did not immediately return to the city, but instead sprinted towards the edge. If he went to that city, he would only bring the disaster over. The army of the black hair's human would be in the tens of millions, and that city wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Brother Qin, where are you going?" Tai Xiong had also realized the seriousness of the situation, and he did not wish for Qin Xiang to return to the city either. "Don't worry, I have a place to go." Qin Xiang also didn't understand how those black hair's human had tracked him. He had used the white tiger jump to a great distance, and it was a jump in SPAC as well, so he wouldn't leave behind any aura, but he was still tracked by the black hair's human. Qin Xiang quickly arrived at the border of profound wasteland. Although he was riding a 6 realms mirrors and had brought a lot of people with him, he had used the power of the white tiger marks to cover the entire 6 realms mirrors, and was able to jump over there with the 6 realms mirrors. Just as he had expected, he easily said through the barrier. After arriving at this place, Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief because the barrier's power was still very strong. He felt that even the black hair's human's leader would not be able to through. Not long after he said through the barrier, the leader of the black hair's human arrived with several million black hair's human. However, they all stopped in front of the barrier. "Who the hell are you? To be able to through this barrier at will. That is something that even I am unable to do." The leader of the black hair's human said. Qin Xiang had already seen the leader of the black hair's human. He was dressed in a set of black robes. His face was dark and he looked relatively tall. But when Qin Xiang used the Dao heart to look at his Gene XN, he actually didn't look like a heart. Instead, he looked like a crystal and emitted a strong golden light. "I will kill you." After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he urged the 6 realms mirrors to fly away, leaving behind the black hair's human leader, who was roaring angrily. Qin Xiang brought Tai Xiong and the others to Heavenly Dragon City. On the way, Qin Xiang had simply told Tai Xiong and a few other teams about new 8 wastelands, so they were extremely shocked at this moment. They did not expect that outside of Profound Wasteland, there would actually be such a huge world. Devil Wasteland and Evil Wasteland have fallen. Profound Wasteland will soon be coming soon, but the Profound Wasteland's barrier will be able to hold on for a while longer. It's hard to say for sure for Devil Wasteland and Evil Wasteland, so this new 8 wastelands will also have to bear an extremely huge threat. Qin Xiang brought them to the Heavenly Dragon City and placed them inside the Dragon Villa of the 9th Heaven to help them heal their injuries. Long Jiuxiao was also here at the same time. He felt that it was a good thing for Qin Xiang to bring these small squads here, because he could teach them some of the experiences they had with the black hair's human. Our city should be able to hold on for a while longer. There are also 3 Dao sovereigns and several small teams within the city. Tai Xiong said, "When everyone recovers, I will enter the Profound Wasteland." The other team leaders also agreed. Now that they were all injured, even going to the Profound Wasteland would be useless. While these small teams were healing their wounds, Long Jiuxiao would frequently visit them and ask them about many things related to the Black Hare's human, as well as the secrets behind fighting the Black Hare's human. These heart hunting squads had already heard from Qinxiang that the new 8 wastelands outside was preparing to deal with the Black Hare's human, and as the city lord of the city, Long Jiuxiao was most nervous about him. Qinxiang made a trip to the Hundreds of Flowers village, asked the girls to copy a diaper-found fruit for him to keep, and then headed to the White Spirit City. White Spirit City was also shrouded in a very tense atmosphere. It would be best to prepare for battle. It was just that this time they were not fighting with the beast race, but with the Black Hare's human. When Qinxiang went into the White Spirit Palace, Xia Beiling, who was refining pills, received Qinxiang's message and immediately ran out. What is so important? Didn't you go to Profound Wasteland? You're back so soon? Xia Beiling hurriedly ran out after finding out from the messenger that it was an important matter. She grabbed Qinxiang and teleported him to her room. Many of the Black Hare's human S have awakened, and there's even a leader of the Black Hare's human. Qinxiang sighed, then told Xia Beiling about the matter of crossing the Sky Lake. So many Black Hare's human have awakened. This is not a good thing. Xia Beiling also felt the seriousness of the situation. Not bad, Qingyang Sukong and the others have talked to the Beastmen. The Beastmen have agreed to join hands with us in fighting the Black Hare's human, and their leader seems to know some things about the Black Hare's human. That's good news. Qinxiang nodded, then laughed. I have good news as well. Then he took out the diaper-found fruit. Emperor-grade medicinal herbs. Xia Beiling saw through it at a glance and asked anxiously, What medicine is this? It's called the diaper-found fruit. I am not too sure about the specifics, but it can help people cultivate and produce a very strong, profound Tao power, and there is a crystal core in the middle of this fruit. Qinxiang said, It should be able to concoct an emperor pill. Have you started planting? Xia Beiling took it and looked at it carefully, also appearing very excited. Not yet, but the Tianpa fruits, several fruit trees, have all ripened. They can be used to refine S, H, I, plus Padan now. Qinxiang said, Time waits for no one. I need to quickly raise my cultivation. This time we are surrounded by the Black Hare's human. If not for other people's profound Tao power, it would not be so easy for me to obtain it. When Qinxiang borrowed the profound Tao power from the Iron Fighting Team, he could clearly feel how great it was to have a strong profound Tao power, so he really wished to quickly obtain that level of profound Tao power. At that time, he could easily sweep through the enemies of the Black Hare's human. C. 2535. C. 2535 Qinxiang now also had the time to refine S, H, I plus Padan. Not only did he need to refine them for himself, there were also people around him, especially the Heavenly Dragon City. Ibdu, the Heavenly Dragon City had just been established, so compared to the other cities here, it was relatively weak. Therefore, they needed more pills to quickly upgrade it. Tianpa Fruit S were extremely unique. During the 24 hours of the day, the color of their bodies changed every single time. This change was mainly because of the mysterious power inside the Tianpa Fruit. Sister Beiling, are the S, H, I plus Padan easy to refine? Qinxiang asked. I don't know either, but looking at the pill formula, this isn't a difficult pill to refine. Aren't you capable of refining a high-grade king level pill? As long as he could concoct a pill of this level, refining AS, H, I plus Padan would not be difficult. You were able to refine such a difficult Qingdao Dan. That is definitely not a problem. Xia Beiling said. Qinxiang took out 2 Tianpa Fruit S. These Tianpa Fruits' color was different, but the energy inside them was the same. Refining a batch of S, H, I plus Padan only required 2, and the amount of medicinal ingredients required was not too good. For the same kind of medicinal ingredients, refining them would be extremely easy, and when refining different sets of medicinal ingredients, it would become extremely difficult to fuse them. Chun Xiang placed the tiempa fruit into the furnace and released the flames. He used the heavenly alchemy to refine the illusory fire, which was easier to refine medicinal ingredients, to burn the medicinal ingredients from the inside. As long as there were no special medicinal ingredients, he could use the illusory flame to refine the medicinal ingredients quickly. It didn't take long, roughly more than 2 hours, for Chun Xiang to successfully refine the 2 tiempa fruit and fuse them extremely easily. As expected, it's easy to refine. Chun Xiang had already entered the process of preparing the congealing pellet. He divided it into 4 parts and prepared to condense 4S, Hi plus Padan S. Chun Xiang had refined a lot of high-level king-level pellets before, so he was very proficient in refining Hi plus Padan now. He finished refining them in one go. At this time, Xia Beiling was also concocting pills in the secret room. She was refining Hi plus Padan S just like Chun Xiang, but she wasn't as fast as him. Seeing that Chun Xiang had refined a cauldron, Xia Beiling snorted lightly. You are truly a strange fellow. Pill refining is always so easy. Xia Beiling knew that Chun Xiang had a very special pill technique. She had found out about it in the hundreds of Flowers Village and even created a lot of pill techniques, but that would take a very long time to master. Once I have cultivated to the 10th stage of the Daopa realm, I'll go refine Emperor Profound pills. Chun Xiang was concerned about the Dai Profound fruit now. Not only did he need to raise his cultivation, he also needed to cultivate the profound Tao power. In the future, a large number of black hairs human would engulf the entire wasteland. At that time, only with a powerful profound Tao power would they not need to fear the black hairs human. This Hi plus Padan is really special. Chun Xiang looked at the 4S, Hi plus Padan S in his palm. They were currently changing their color and would change every few moments. Let's give it a try. Isn't it like in the legends, able to make people level up quickly when using the Daopa realm? Xia Beiling said. Although this pill is easy to refine, the ingredients required are extremely rare. Most rare medicinal materials go extinct because they are more useful. Chun Xiang nodded his head. This Hi plus Padan must be very useful. So many people would pick all the ingredients and grow them very difficult, which is why they would go extinct. When Chun Xiang ate one pill, he immediately felt a chill in his stomach, as if his stomach had gotten the wind. Not long after, his entire body started to feel cold. But what surprised him was that his body had gotten lighter. What's going on? My whole body is very cold, Chun Xiang said in shock. Let's wait and see, Xia Beiling said. Use your cultivation technique to see how you will react. Chun Xiang had already activated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal force. His entire body was still cold, but he felt that when he was channeling his spirit qi, it became much easier. After refining the medicinal strength, he gradually recovered to his normal state. The effect is very good. I feel that I will break through to the 2nd layer soon. Chun Xiang laughed. It was just that this pill tasted a little strange. Then he ate another pellet. Not long after, he broke through. At this moment, he was using his Tao energy. With the conversion of his Tao soul, his strength had doubled. If his strength were to double, then that would be a huge boost. Xia Beiling suddenly took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper, and after receiving the message, he said, The 3 great native banks have gathered us, City Lord. I don't know what's the matter. You can start concocting pills here. I'll be back shortly. All right. Chun Xiang nodded. When Xia Beiling left the secret room, he continued to refine Hi plus Padan S. He wanted the Daopa realm to reach the 10th stage of the Daopa realm, and he needed a lot of Hi plus Padan S, so he needed to hurry up and refine them. Currently, he could refine 1 furnace in 4 hours, which was pretty fast. After he refined 2 batches, Xia Beiling returned. Why did the 3 great native banks gather you? Is there anything important? Qinxiang asked. Something very important. The villa masters of the three great native banks said that they can help us train a group of people, mainly to deal with the black hairs human in the future, Xia Beiling said with a grave expression on her face. It seems like the three great native banks have the best plans for the worst. The black hairs human's army is indeed scary. Take the profound wasteland who has the best situation right now as an example. The black hairs human inside are all very scary. Not to mention the Devil Wasteland S, the first two groups that came out were the Devil Wasteland S and the Evil Wasteland S. Qinxiang said, the three great native banks said that they can take our people to the sacred wasteland to train. Their three great native banks are currently training their warriors in the sacred wasteland, and now they plan to train us together. Xia Beiling said, this is a good thing. Qinxiang laughed. I also want to go to sacred wasteland to take a look. Your relations, HI plus P with the three great native banks south is so close, so you can definitely go there. Also, they are currently training from the Dao Dan realm to the Dao Zone realm. It's just that every city has a quota. Xia Beiling said, then I will return to the Three Money Divine City to register. Qinxiang said, going to Sacred Wasteland to train is a good opportunity. I should be able to learn a lot from it. When Qinxiang left the White Spirit City and came to the Three Money Divine City, many people were discussing about going to the Sacred Wasteland to train. The city had given them many slots, but they had to pass the examination because it was free during training. Furthermore, during training, they had to go out to gain experience and other things like that, so when the time came, they might lose their lives. When Qinxiang came to the Eternal Life Native Bank and told Fan S, HI plus XN that he also wanted to go there, Fan S, HI plus XIN immediately agreed without hesitation. Furthermore, he could send him to the sacred wasteland right now. Qinxiang, you have to restrain yourself when you go to sacred wasteland. Laughed. He now knew a lot of things about Qinxiang's past and knew that Qinxiang was the person who would cause trouble. See 2536. See 2536. I know. I just want to take a look and casually learn something. Qinxiang laughed. Even after we reach the sacred wasteland, the jade money inside can still be used, right? Of course you can. I'll send you there now. When the time comes, you can go to the Eternal Life School to register and say that you have arranged for us to learn how to deal with the black hairs human. Fan S. HI plus XIN gave Qinxiang a piece of paper, which was equivalent to a recommendation letter. After that, Qinxiang was brought to a special transmission array and teleported to Sacred Wasteland. When he appeared amongst the Eternal Life Native Bank S of the Sacred Wasteland, there was quickly someone who came to receive him. Qinxiang went to Eternal Life School to learn, right? An old man said, yes, sir. Qinxiang didn't ask how long he would need to learn this before this, but he definitely wouldn't learn it for too long. Follow me. The old man brought Qinxiang out of the teleportation room. Qinxiang followed behind the old man. This old man was a Dao sect member. As he walked, he saw many people. All of them were either Dao sect or Dao master level. However, when he arrived on the street, he found that it was rather deserted and not as lively as he was in the new 8 wastelands. There are so few people in Sacred Wasteland. Qinxiang said, of course, the threshold to enter the Sacred Wasteland is very high. If it wasn't for such a sudden event happening right now, an exception would not have been made. The old man said, in the past, you would at least need a Dao master to enter. Qinxiang was only at the 2nd level of Dao per realm, far from the realm of Dao master. The old man brought Qinxiang through a street and into another teleportation room. He said, there will be a group of people coming later. They are from the Eternal Life School, and will bring you to the Eternal Life School. Not long after the old man left, a group of people came here. Qinxiang told them that he was here to learn from them, and they all nodded, then activated their transmission array and left. In a flash, Qin Xiang arrived at the top of a tall mountain. This mountain is very huge. The top of the mountain can build a huge city. This is the Eternal Life School. At this point, he finally understood why the three great native banks had decided to let a few people come here to learn. It was because the Tao Qi here contained a lot more profound Tao power than the previous profound Wasteland. When Qin Xiang entered, he was brought over by a manager. He was brought to a house and said, "You can stay here. The two people inside are from other places. They are both here to train." When Qin Xiang entered the house, he saw a tall and skinny man holding hands with a STU-RDY man. At this moment, they were both using very strong powers, so Qin Xiang could immediately tell that they were all at the 6th level of Tao realm. "I won." The tall and skinny man laughed out loud and pressed down the strong man's wrist. "I've lost again." The street DY man sighed. "Why is it that a guy who looks so weak like you can always beat me?" "This is called a gap. It's mainly because you're too weak." The lanky man laughed heartily, then looked towards Qin Xiang. "Our new friend is here." "I am Qin Xiang. Please advise." Qin Xiang immediately smiled and greeted the two of them politely. "I'm Lu Guanyun." The tall and skinny man laughed. "Shen Wei." The street DY man cupped his hands towards Qin Xiang, then pulled out a chair for Qin Xiang to sit on. Although this hall looked a little small, it was enough for the three of them to use. After Qin Xiang sat down, he said with divine might, "Brother Shin, you're only at the 2nd level of the Tao realm." Qin Xiang nodded. Lu Guanyun chuckled. "Looks like Brother Shin has some sort of great background. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come here, and you would need at least 5 layers. Lu Guanyun looked rather thin, but he was very handsome and gave off a very smart feeling. Although Shen Wei was tall and mighty, he was very honest. Qin Xiang never thought that Shen Wei was such a kind person. If not for that, he wouldn't have treated him like a chair. "Not really. It's just that my luck is pretty good." Qin Xiang laughed. "Don't be modest. Anyone who can come here to train is no ordinary person. They all have a certain amount of potential." Lu Guanyun laughed. "Of course, it's impossible for the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to come. Those guys don't even like this sort of place. But for us small families, entering the Eternal Life School is a very good thing. Seniors, do you know the purpose of your training?" Qin Xiang asked again. "Kill what black hairs human? I heard that not long after, a large group of strong black hairs human will attack our sacred wasteland." Shen Wei said, "Tao realm, Tao profound realm, Tao Shi plus realm, and the Tao Zong realm have all been recruited by the sects established by the 3 great native banks. They will teach us the way to deal with the black hairs human." Shen Wei and Lu Guanyun were both born and bred here. So even though they were Tao realm, they could still be found in the sacred wasteland. Qin Xiang could be said to understand the matters of the black hairs human the best. "When will it start?" "I am suddenly very much looking forward to it." Qin Xiang said, "We still need about 10 more days or so. We came in advance. Our Tao realm is at the bottom on this side, and there are even Tao profound realm, Tao Shi plus realm, and Tao Zong realm S above it." Lu Guanyun said, "But it should be the largest in number." Qin Xiang said, "Yeah, I don't know how to train, but let's just fight and kill each other. It would be best if we could get some black hairs human S for us to kill." Lu Guanyun said. Qin Xiang stood up and wanted to walk out, but Lu Guanyun quickly stopped him. "Brother Shin, do not wander around. Eternal Life School is very strict." Lu Guanyun hastily shouted, "Shen Wei and I have come in. Usually, we can only walk around in the courtyard." "Oh, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Qin Xiang said, "The location of this Eternal Life School is not bad. I should have gone more than that. Furthermore, when I came in, that old man didn't tell me anything. All right, let's go for a stroll together. It's fine as long as we don't cause any trouble. Lu Guanyin looked at Xinwei and asked, "Are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going. I also want to have a good look at the Eternal Life School. I've always yearned for this place ever since I was young." Xinwei hurriedly said. Just like this, Qin Xiang and his two new buddies walked out of the house, strolling in the Eternal Life School. The environment inside the house was very good, and it had a very dense Dao Qi, causing Xinwei and Lu Guanyin to praise him endlessly. Suddenly, Qin Xiang and the other two heard clanging sounds, as if someone was fighting with a weapon. "Isn't Eternal Life School very strict? Someone is actually fighting. Let's go. Let's see how strong the disciples of the Eternal Life School are." Lu Guanyin was very curious. There aren't any auras fluctuating. Could it be that they are purely competing with physical strength? It's definitely worth a look. Let's go. Qin Xiang laughed, and then walked towards the direction of the voice. "See 2537. See 2537." Qin Xiang and the other two walked in the direction of the voice and arrived at a large plaza. This should be the compet. One tying ground, and there were many people dressed in uniform watching them. And in the middle, two men were fighting with swords. Just as Qin Xiang had said earlier, they did not use any Dao powers during the compet. One tie-in and only use their physical strength to fight. They are all very strong. I wonder what their cultivations are. Lu Guanyin said in a low voice, "Dao Parelm level 10. A man said, "The disciples of the Eternal Life School were all dressed in white, and regardless of gender, their clothes were all the same. Moreover, they all looked convenient for battle, and even their sword sheaths were the same. Did the three of you come to our Eternal Life School to train?" A man asked with a smile. "Yes, we heard the sounds of fighting and came over to take a look. I never expected it to be true. The disciples of the Eternal Life School are really not bad. It's just that they are very powerful, even with their bodies." Lu Guanyin said, "The two of them are considered relatively weak. There is a rule within the sect that if one wants to compete with their Dao power, one must get the approval of the elders. Otherwise, they can only fight like this." The man sighed. "This really isn't fun." Xinwei said, "I keep feeling like I'm being held back." The disciples of the Eternal Life School were all rather easy to talk to, probably because their sect rules were strict. They didn't dare to do anything to Qin Xiang and the other two outsiders, and were all very kind. "There's no other way. This is the only way. It's better than not being able to fight. Usually we have to go out and fight those savage beasts before we can train. Otherwise, we would be reduced to such a state." The man replied, "Those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family are different. I heard they can practice combat all day. Those guys are scary, but they're very arrogant." Lu Guanyin said. All of the disciples here agreed with Lu Guanyin's words. They had all met disciples of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family before and had experienced that kind of arrogant and tyrannical attitude. Qin Xiang had experienced it before, and he couldn't bear it either. Therefore, there were still those heads of Heaven Wasteland aristocratic families, disciples, in his chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace. "Oh, yeah. I heard that you guys will be training together with us when the time comes, mainly to deal with black hairs human." Qin Xiang asked. "Of course I know. It's just that it hasn't started yet. It said that there's still around 10 days left." The man said, "Eldest brother and second sister are here," someone suddenly said in a low voice. The two people who were competing also stopped. Qin Xiang also saw two people walking over. The woman was tall and beautiful. The man was handsome and tall and they were all dressed in the Eternal Life School's clothes, but they looked much more pleasing to the eye, probably because of their temperament. There are 3 foreign guests. You guys are making a fool of yourselves here, making the guests laugh. The eldest senior brother smiled. "Big brother, we're bored too. If you suddenly take 10 days off and don't find something to do, you'll suffocate to death." One of the men who had competed earlier said. The second senior sister chuckled and said, "Aren't there 3 guests? You can talk to them. They're all outsiders. They might have had a lot of experiences. You all grew up here, so you guys are definitely not as knowledgeable as them." Lu Guanyun immediately spread out his hands and said, "We were just pulling wrists inside the house. We're also feeling very depressed right now." The senior brother laughed. "How about this? Our Eternal Life School's disciples will spar with you. They usually compete with their own senior brothers. Both of them understand each other, so fighting is meaningless." "Forget it. We're all from small clans, so we won't be making a fool of ourselves." The main reason was because their cultivation level was too low. If he had also reached the 10th stage of the Daopa realm, he would have immediately agreed to it. Second senior sister chuckled. "How about this? I will fight with you guys. This way, I can give you pointers." A man laughed and said, "Second senior sister, it seems like you are also bored. You are preparing to bully others again." A young girl also laughed and said, "Second senior sister, don't bully a foreign guest. If the elder finds out, you will be punished again." "I've already said that I will guide them." Second senior martial sister rolled her eyes at them before taking out a long sword. "Don't you usually let me give you pointers? Forget it." When Lu Guanyun saw that sharp sword, he couldn't help but tremble. This second senior sister's strength was definitely very strong. Chun Xiang asked, "Second senior sister, are you from the Dao sect?" 10th level of the Dao sect. What about you?" "You seem to only be a Daopa realm." The second senior sister was slightly surprised. "Second stage of the Daopa realm." Chun Xiang laughed, then looked towards the eldest senior brother. "I wonder if this eldest senior brother will lend the sword to second senior brother, and I to have a spar." To be able to come here to receive training despite being only at the 2nd level of Daopa realm, this caused many disciples to be shocked. "If you have the guts, go ahead." The senior brother was straightforward as he handed his sword over to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang caught it in his hand and could not help but frown as he cried out in shock, "So heavy!" "Eldest brother's sword is the heaviest. Are you sure you want to use this sword to fight me?" The second senior sister giggled. "How many sword strikes will you be able to block? Anyway, I don't have much hope of catching so many of your swords." Chun Xiang laughed. "My name is Chun Xiang. Please advise." "I am Song Yangying, and as soon as you enter the Eternal Life School, let me teach you a lesson." Song Yangying laughed. "I will let you slash 3 times." During the compet, 1. Taiyan Dao energy was not allowed. It was a rule here, so Song Yangying did not say it. She knew that Chun Xiang would understand. Chun Xiang gripped the heavy sword tightly and sucked in a slight breath. Then he activated the shrinking step, and in the blink of an eye, he had flashed towards Song Yangying's side. He swung the long sword and pierced towards Song Yangying's left shoulder. This movement technique gave many people a fright. It was truly strange. Song Yangying was also shocked. She anxiously dodged, although she could dodge. But when Chun Xiang pierced the sword, he flicked, chopping at a strand of her hair. "That was close." Song Yangying exclaimed, "Good heavens! I've underestimated you." Chun Xiang also didn't know that his shrinking step was actually still so profound in this place. Of course, this was also because he had mastered it proficiently. Song Yangying did not take out her sword at this time because she wanted to let Chun Xiang have 3 sword strikes. Just now was only 1 strike. The second strike. After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he disappeared once again. He was still using the shrinking step, but this time he was even faster, to the point where his figure was almost indiscernible. When he appeared, the sword in his hand was already thrusting towards Song Yangying's shoulder. This was not a life-threatening place. Song Yangying avoided it once again because she already knew that Chun Xiang was not a simple person. On the 3rd sword strike, a terrifying sword force suddenly surged out from Chun Xiang's body. Sensing the sword force, Everyone was horrified because they were all familiar with the sword force. This was the D-killing sword that Qin Xiang had not used for a long time. c. 2538. c. 2538 Qin Xiang used the D-murdering sword techniques and released it. But the most amazing thing about the D-murdering sword techniques was that it could make Qin Xiang's time different from others, which was equivalent to using the power of the time laws. Just like that, Song Yangying only watched as Qin Xiang brandished his sword, and in the next moment, she felt the sword in her hand being smashed away by Qin Xiang. If it was just a combat, one tie-in of swords, if his sword fell to the ground, it would be the same as losing. Song Yangying stared blankly at the sword on the ground. While her hands were trembling, it was all because Qin Xiang's strength was too strong, causing her sword to fall down. You lost. Qin Xiang smiled faintly, then returned the heavy sword in his hand back to the senior brother. Everyone was still stunned. Who did you learn your sword art from? Song Yangying picked up his sword and frowned. This sword technique is only known to our Eternal Life School, and he has never set it down to anyone. Even his own children cannot learn it. The D-murdering sword techniques was one of the mysterious 4 great taboo magic-s, and could be traced back to the ancient times. Hearing this, Qin Xiang also felt that it was surprising. There was actually someone in the Eternal Life School who knew how to use the D-murdering sword techniques. A friend said it on to me. He did not lie. He felt that it was strange, since the D-murdering sword techniques could not be taught to outsiders. Why would it be said down to the astral age? Also, the heavenly alchemy. These 2 techniques were very frightening. Do you know the name of this sword technique? Song Yangying asked. Our sword hall elder does not know. He only accidentally acquired this sword technique. He used it several times. Especially every time he used it, there would be an extremely terrifying sword intent, which is why I was able to recognize it. For the sword hall elder to not know the name of the D-murdering sword techniques, Qin Xiang felt that it was even stranger. Can I see him? Qin Xiang asked. Of course, I will take you there. He will definitely be very interested in this matter. Song Yangying said. After that, Song Yangying brought Qin Xiang to a mountain peak beside the mountain. This was the residence of the sword hall elder. I once learned sword techniques from an elder for a period of time. He is a very benevolent old grandpa. Song Yangying chuckled. Elder, I'm here again. Song Yangying shouted to a small hut. Little girl, did you lose again? And now you're asking me for guidance. Laughter came from within the house. After the door was opened, a white-haired old man appeared. The old man looked very energetic and wore a spotlessly white robe. Although he had white hair and white eyebrows, his skin was like that of an infant's. Amen, I lost again. I even lost to a little kid from the Daopa realm. Song Yangying looked at Qin Xiang, who was at the side. He's the one who defeated me. The sword techniques he uses are very similar to yours. Sword hall elder looked at Qin Xiang. He was a little doubtful. Little girl, I don't really understand your words. What do you mean his sword technique is very similar to mine? It's that mysterious sword technique of yours. Song Yangying told the entire process of her duel with Qin Xiang to Sword Hall Elder. Really? Sword Hall Elder did not dare believe it. Song Yangying handed over a sword to Qin Xiang and said, Use that move again. Qin Xiang also wanted to talk to the Sword Hall Elder. After he took the long sword out, just as he was about to wave it, a rock at the side was sliced into several pieces. Sword Hall Elder was stunned. He never thought that he would actually meet a person who could use this kind of mysterious sword technique. Little girl, you go back first. I want to have a good talk with this little guy. The Sword Hall Elder seemed to be very cautious and secretive about this matter. Song Yangying nodded, then flew out of the mountain peak. After Song Yangying left, the Sword Hall Elder immediately pulled him into the house and asked, Little brother, Do you know the name of the sword technique? Of course. Senior, could it be that you do not know about it? Chun-seong asked. That second senior sister just said that you never knew the name of this sword technique. Then how did you get it? Of course I know this is called G. Oh, de-murdering sword techniques, right? Sword Hall Elder said. I was just lying. I just did not want the name of this sword technique to be known. Why can't I let others know that this is the G? Oh, de-murdering sword techniques. Chun-seong did not understand. Trouble. The Sword Hall Elder sighed. Do you know that the G-O-D of slaughter is the G-O-D that you killed? Chun-seong shook his head. I don't know, I only know what kind of one of the 4 great taboo magic-s this is. Sword Hall Elder was surprised again. You sure know quite a lot. This de-murdering sword techniques was Pa-S, said down from the divine wasteland. Not to mention this place, even the divine wasteland itself would have this taboo magic. Why? Is it invincible when used on them? Chun-seong asked again. I heard that in the divine wasteland the strength of the experts are about the same, but if someone were to master the de-murdering sword techniques, they can easily kill the other DS. The Sword Hall Elder said. So don't speak the name of this sword technique randomly. It will bring about a fatal disaster. Chun-seong did not expect it to be so serious. He thought that since the de-murdering sword techniques was created in this era, he could use it without any reservations, and now the Sword Hall Elder had to secretly use it. You can still use it, but don't attract too much attention. At the same time, don't mention the name of this sword technique. Sword Hall Elder said. I heard that all the experts in Divine Wasteland who knew how to use this sword technique were all dead. If the experts in Divine Wasteland could obtain this sword technique again, they would be able to break the balance in. They're all dead? It's so serious. Chun-seong's heart was filled with fear. Luckily, he did not say the name of the sword skill in public. But many people in Nine Heaven World knew of the 4 great taboo magic. Chun-seong did not know how strong the Sword Hall Elder was, but it was obvious that he was strong, and with his level of strength, he was actually on tenterhooks. Let's not talk about this anymore. Did you come here to learn how to deal with those black hairs, humaness? Sword Hall Elder asked. Amen. I'm not a disciple of Eternal Life School. Chun-seong nodded. Come visit me when you have time. Oh, right. Do not spread the name of this sword technique, especially in the sacred wasteland. If it gets out, then you can even spread it to the divine wasteland. Sword Hall Elder warned Chun-seong again. Senior, are the 4 great taboo magic-s all above divine wasteland? Have you heard of the heavenly alchemy? Chun-seong asked again. He had always wanted to know who created the heavenly alchemy. Just like the de-murdering sword techniques. It is something that many rankers in the divine wasteland want to obtain. This is because only by obtaining the taboo magic can they break the balance and win against the other powerhouses, becoming the tyrants of the divine wasteland. The Sword Hall Elder said, See 2539. See 2539, it was not the first time Chun-seong had heard that the divine wasteland was very mysterious, and now he had gained quite a bit of understanding towards the divine wasteland as well. Senior, how can I get to the divine wasteland? Chun-seong asked again. When I get 10th place of Daoji, D-realm, I can use all my strength to open the Pa-S sage to divine wasteland and then enter it. As for what kind of place it is, I don't know either, because those guys that went to Divine Wasteland can't come back. The Sword Hall Elder said, so no one has ever come back to talk about the situation there. Chun-seong thought for a while, then asked, Aren't the great landlordess of the 3 great native bank-s very strong? With their strength, are they not allowed to go to Divine Wasteland? Of course not. The 3 great landlordess were born with 10th place of Daoji D-realm. Furthermore, they have already been set up, so their power cannot open the gate to the divine wasteland. Only those who have been cultivating all this time will be able to reach the divine wasteland. Sword Hall Elder replied, Other than this, Some races are also the same. None of them are allowed to enter the divine wasteland. Oh, which race can't go? Chun Xiang felt that he wouldn't be able to go to any of the races. The undead divine race, or whatever, all of the races with strong powers are not allowed to go to the divine wasteland. What dragon race? The Sword Hall elder replied, but I can go with someone else. I heard that there was once someone who brought a few days' worth of powerful dragons to the divine wasteland. I don't know if that's true or not. Chun Xiang had previously heard from the natural law divine spirit that the divine wasteland was an extremely mysterious place to their kind of natural law divine spirit. On top of the divine wasteland, there were even more powerful beings. All right, hurry up and go back. The Sword Hall elder said, if anyone asks you what you're talking about here, you can just S it over casually. Don't leak out what we just said. And I understand. Chun Xiang nodded his head. When I have time, I will come visit you. Chun Xiang returned to the main peak of the Eternal Life School and returned to his own residence. At this time, Lu Guanyun and Xin Wei were also very curious about his sword skills and asked him a lot of things, which made them stumble. My current cultivation level is very low, so I need to hurry up and train. That's why I'll be staying in the secret room. Chun Xiang said to Lu Guangyu. Then he entered his own room. Everyone's room had a sageway that led into the training room. It was very quiet down below. Even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses fighting above, they would not be disturbed. Chun Xiang took out his pill furnace. He wanted to refine a large amount of plus Padan S, and only then would he be able to quickly cultivate to the 10th level of Dao Parelm, not to mention the sacred wasteland. Even now, there were many hidden dangers. If he did not have sufficient strength, he would live a very difficult life in the new 8 wastelands, especially the kind of terrifying black hairs human. He needed to have absolute strength, so he would not be afraid when facing the black hairs human. On one hand, Chun Xiang came to the sacred wasteland to see if there were any good ways to deal with the black hairs human, and on the other hand, he was here to collect medicinal ingredients. He was preparing to refine a Dijiadan, and there were definitely more Emperor stage medicinal herbs than New 8 wastelands. So in the future, the New 8 wastelands would definitely be trampled on by a large number of black hairs human. Moreover, it had mutated over the years. The black-furred leader he met earlier was a mutated one, making him stronger than ever. And if the black hairs human was able to reproduce soon, more than half of the New 8 wastelands would be occupied by the heavenly Tao. The black-furred leader was a mutated one, and the black-furred leader was a mutated one too. At that time, it would also mean that the genius treasures on top of New 8 wastelands would be greatly affected, and it was hard to say if it would affect the sacred wasteland in the future. Chun Xiang refined plus Padan for a few days, and there were more than 100 of them. He ate more than 20, and only then did he enter the 3rd level of Dao Parelm. Xiang Yin, Hongqing, you too must also quickly cultivate to the 10th level of the Dao Parelm. Your strengths must catch up. Chun Xiang said, although Yang Xiangyin and Chu Hongqing did not need to fight, Chun Xiang still felt that it would be better if they could grasp a certain amount of strength. They might be able to use it in the future. 10 days later, Chun Xiang came out from the secret room, and today he had begun gathering at the large plaza. Chun Xiang looked at the gathering crowd, and he was not familiar with any of them. After asking around, he found out that the people chosen by the Heavenly Dragon City were all placed in other native bankas. After they gathered, each of them received a storage bag. Inside were clothes, weapons, and a few jade talismans. These were all for fighting. Chun Xiang took a closer look and discovered that all of the jade talismans contained profound Tao Power S. Eternal Life School relied on profound Tao Power to deal with black hairs human. All of your clothes were specially crafted to be able to defend against the power of the black hairs human to a certain extent. An old man said, and your weapons are specially forged for the black hairs human. Compared to other weapons, it can easily break through the defenses of the black hairs human. Qin Xiang looked at the long sword. There were indeed many ways to it, and some profound spirit grain-s. He guessed that those spirit grain-s could pull out the profound Tao power-s from the Tao Qi. And then, the most important thing was to cultivate. The Eternal Life School gave everyone a cultivation technique that was for cultivating the profound Tao power. Everyone would be training here for a period of time to condense enough profound Tao power. Sure enough, it's just as I had guessed. Eternal Life School's method of dealing with black hairs human is about the same as mine. Qin Xiang thought. He took a look at the cultivation method and then started circulating it according to the instructions from above. He could indeed absorb the profound Tao power rather quickly. Furthermore, the methods he had used in the fantasy novels, he would need to use fire to burn them. As for the Eternal Life School method, there was no need for it. As long as he followed the instructions in the technique and matched it with his own body, he would be able to subtly absorb the profound Tao power. Of course, compared to him eating the profound Tao Qingdan, it was still much slower, and it was not difficult for him to refine the profound Tao Qingdan. So even though the cultivation technique was good, it was not of much use to him. After all, you need to take care of too many people, and the people from their Eternal Life native bank also need more preparations. Although Qin Xiang felt that this kind of training method was not efficient enough, but it was still the three great native bank-s trying their best. A few days later, Fan S. H.I. plus Xan came to Eternal Life School. He found Qin Xiang and had a private talk with him. Qin Xiang, I have bad news. When Fan S. H.I. plus Xan came, his expression was very solemn. So Qin Xiang had prepared something. C. 2540. C. 2540. Qin Xiang took a sip of tea and asked, "What bad news?" Fan S. H.I. plus Xan sighed. Devil Wasteland's barrier can only hold for 3 months at most, and furthermore, the black hairs human of the Devil Wasteland have undergone a large mutation. To be able to evolve into a female, their reproduction and growth rate is Astonies. H.I. plussing fast. Only 3 months? Qin Xiang frowned. Yes, what we are more worried about right now is that after Devil Wasteland's black hairs human runs out, they will immediately head towards Evil Wasteland. If they break through the Evil Wasteland's barrier, these two desolate black hairs human will go to profound wasteland together. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan took a deep breath. These black hairs human leaders are all very smart. We cannot underestimate them. So we have to think in the worst direction. Villa Master Fan, I want to walk around Sacred Wasteland. Is that okay? Qin Xiang asked. Of course you can, but don't you have any training? Fan S. H.I. plus Xan knew that the reason Qin Xiang wanted to walk in Sacred Wasteland was because he wanted to see the pills. I have my own way. Qin Xiang said. He still had diaper-found fruit-s that he had yet to refine, and they were emperor-grade medicinal herbs. Therefore, he would need to grow them for a period of time. All right, but you have to be careful of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. If you walk around, you must not go into the territory of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family in the cities built by our 3 great native bank-s, because those fellows can do whatever it takes to be shameless. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan said. Furthermore, your cultivation is so low now. I'll remember it. Qin Xiang nodded. Fan S. H.I. plus Xan seemed to have a very high position in the Eternal Life School as well. He had only mentioned about it before helping Qin Xiang to get a jade token to enter and exit the Eternal Life School at will. Qin Xiang first came to the immortal Tian City. This was a huge city that was built on top of a few mountain peaks, and was one of the cities that Fan S. H.I. plus Xan recommended him to come to. Qin Xiang had tens of billions of jade money-s now, so he felt that it was enough for him to purchase the medicinal ingredients that he needed here. However, when he came to the city and investigated, he found out that the entire Sacred Wasteland knew about the black hairs human. This also meant that the pills related to the profound Tao power were extremely expensive, because against Black Hair's human, they would need a very strong, profound Tao power to fight them, and it would be much easier. The BASTARD from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is too much. He actually blocked the safe entrance to the sacred Tao Mountains, causing us to only be able to enter through the more dangerous entrance. If we are careless, we will die. There's nothing we can do. The sacred Tao Mountains was originally in their territory. If they do not allow others to walk on that path, no one can. Sacred Tao Mountains is a place filled with a large amount of profound Tao power medicinal herbs. Right now, there is a shortage of such ingredients, but they are actually blocking the way to safety. If we want to walk a safe path, we need to give them 100 million. BASTARD, taking advantage of the blaze. Qin Xiang had heard from him that those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family people would often do many shameless things, but now it was as he had expected. The people of the sacred wasteland could only whine towards the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. After all, the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was very strong, just like the 3 great native banks. Qin Xiang had previously strolled around the medicine shop. The profound Tao power pills inside had already been sold out, so he had no choice but to look for them himself. Are there really a lot of them in sacred Tao Mountains? I have to go and take a look. Although Fan S.H.I. plus Xian had warned him before to never go to Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's territory, he couldn't stand the temptation right now either. Otherwise, there was no meaning in coming to sacred wasteland. Qin Xiang very quickly found out the way to the sacred Tao Mountains, used the transmission array to go to a city, and then set off from there. On the way, he met many people who were heading towards the sacred Tao Mountains. There were many tents near sacred Tao Mountains. Many people were complaining. I wonder where Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family got a lot of powerful savage beasts to keep them by the entrances. Furthermore, there are a lot of savage beasts and flying beasts inside the mountain range, and they are all from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. With one look, I can tell that they are the ones raising the beasts, and those savage beasts will only attack us, not the people from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. This is to prevent us from entering. This way, they can occupy the entire sacred Tao Mountains. What a despicable Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Qin Xiang heard these and was extremely furious. He had seen how tyrannical the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was, but he never expected that in the sacred wasteland, the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family would be even more tyrannical. It had to be known that the people of the sacred wasteland were all stronger, but they did not dare fight against the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. It was already evening, but Qin Xiang did not plan to rest. After changing his appearance, he walked towards an entrance of the sacred Tao Mountains, which was considered dangerous, but everyone could enter together. In order to prevent everyone from entering, the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had gathered many savage beasts. So even if they entered in groups and were attacked by savage beasts, they would still suffer huge losses. The safest way to enter the sacred Tao Mountains was taken over by the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. There were people guarding the place. If someone went in, they would most likely be killed or crippled. I would like to see how strong the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's savage beasts are. Qin Xiang turned into a bird and flew to the top of a mountain in sacred Tao Mountains. From here, he could clearly see the Great Canyon entering the sacred Tao Mountains. Therefore, it was very dangerous to enter from the air. Only by entering from the canyon would one be able to move quickly and safely. However, beside the canyon were many huge holes, all of which belonged to savage beasts. There were so many powerful savage beasts gathered in one spot, and there weren't any conflicts with one another. Clearly, these savage beasts had been tamed, meaning that these savage beasts were intentionally placed here to block the way. They are all very powerful savage beasts. There are quite a few of them in the Daozong realm. Chen Xiang said as his eyebrows knitted together. He had originally planned to kill a few of them, but he did not expect that these beasts would be stronger than he had imagined. If only Sister Bai Ling was here! Chu Hongqing knew. She knew that Qin Xiang wanted to kill all these beasts to strike a blow at the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, but Chen Xiang's strength was limited. I have another way. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up as he laughed. These savage beasts were probably not raised by the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, but controlled by them. These beasts must have made their move on the souls of the savage beasts. As long as I can help these beasts escape the control of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, these savage beasts will recover their natural instincts and start fighting against each other. Then what do we need to do? Chu Hongqing asked. That seems to be very difficult. It is indeed difficult, but at the very least, it is much easier than sending me to kill these savage beasts. Qin Xiang laughed, then turned into a wisp of cloud flame and floated towards the Great Canyon. C. 2541. C. 2541. Qin Xiang sneaked into a cave of a savage beast, which was also a rather strong savage beast. From the qi, Chen Xiang could tell that although the wild beast had already been controlled, its power was still there. What made Chen Xiang relieved was that when he got closer, the barbaric beast did not notice him. After he entered, he saw that it was a gigantic bull that was resting right now. However, the moment someone entered this valley, the savage beasts inside would immediately become irritable. This was because they were arranged to be here in order to stop the humans that entered the sacred Tao Mountains. When Chen Xiang got closer, he used the soul-absorbing devil spell to sneak into the divine sense sea of the ox beast and search for the contract to imprison the cow beast. Very quickly, Qin Xiang found the force of the contract that restricted the cow beast. I just need to get rid of this contract's power. To Chen Xiang, this was still rather difficult, because if he were to mess up, even he himself would be affected. It seems very difficult. Qin Xiang thought about it, but in the end he did not make a move. This contract power was extremely mysterious. He did not know how to remove it, but he knew who would be able to do so. I need to make a trip back to the new 8 wastelands. Qin Xiang decided to call Su Yuqing back. Otherwise, he would not be able to carry out his plan. He used a few days' time to ask Fan S, HI plus XAN to teleport him back to the Heavenly Dragon City, and he let Su Yuqing and Yu enter the Yao Mountain Villa before returning to the sacred wasteland again. Of course, Fan S, HI plus XAN did not know that Qin Xiang was going to fight against the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Otherwise, he would definitely stop him, and Qin Xiang would not tell him. It had been a long time since Su Yuqing last met her, and she had missed him a lot. Now that her father was fine and had lived a carefree life in the Heavenly Dragon City, she could finally rest easy. However, she was still worried about Chen Xiang all day, especially after the long period of time hundreds of Flowers Village stayed in there. All day long, she listened to Yiwei and Long Shui talk about Chen Xiang's various dangerous experiences, which always made her very worried. You little scoundrel, why did you call me here? You didn't explain, clearly. Su Yuqing moaned inside the Yao Mountain Villa. I have a lot of things to do in the hundreds of Flowers Village. I missed you. Can't I let you accompany me more? Chuckled, he was currently in the sacred wasteland, and because he had a good relations. HI plus P with Fan S, HI plus XN, he could stay in the best inn for free. Right now, he had arrived at an inn and told Su Yuqing to come out from it. HNG. Su Yuqing saw that Qin Xiang's eyes were burning hot and snorted twice. She had not been alone with Qin Xiang for a long time. The two of them could not help but embrace and kiss each other. Then they went to bed and wrapped themselves around each other for the entire night. In the morning, Su Yuqing yawned, patted Qin Xiang's T, and smiled. Wake up! Didn't you say you had something important to do today? Last night, Chen Xiang had told Su Yuqing that he wanted to let her undo the contract power, because it was similar to the power of the curse, and Su Yuqing had been born with the ability to use the curse. He decided to let Su Yuqing try. When I get there, I'll get you to help. You don't need to come out to do it, right? Chun Xiang said, It should be possible, right? Is it dangerous? Su Yuqing was suddenly worried. It is a bit, but it's not that big of a deal. You chat with Hongqing and have them tell you some of my recent affairs. Chun Xiang said. Chu Hongqing and Yang Shengyin were together with Chen Xiang all day, so they naturally understood Chen Xiang very well about what had happened in this period of time, and Su Yuqing wanted to know as well. Chen Xiang had a great time last night, so at this time he was also in high spirits as he headed towards the sacred Tao Mountains in high spirits. Along the way, Su Yuqing learned a lot of things about Chen Xiang, especially about the black hair's human S inside the profound wasteland. Previously, she only got a general idea of what was going on, but she didn't know how much. She now knew that the thing that Chen Xiang was going to do next was to enter the sacred Tao Mountains to search for medicinal ingredients. I am already at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm, so entering the Daopa realm is only a matter of time. This is all thanks to the pills refined by Big Sister, Sister Mayao, and the rest. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the 10th level of the Daopa realm very quickly from now on. Su Yuqing said, I never thought that the medicines of this era would be so strong. If it was in our era, without relying on time formation, it would be impossible to be that fast. And so I need to hurry up and get more medicinal ingredients. Who knows if Sacred Wasteland can hold off Black Hair's human? Qin Xiang said, I keep having the feeling that the Black Hair's human strength is much stronger than what we had imagined. The 3 great native banks' current preparations can tell that they are even prepared to sacrifice themselves. Not long after, Chen Xiang arrived at the big canyon full of savage beast cave. He also arrived at the cave of the ox beast. Yu Qing, try and see if you can secretly enter his divine sense sea and remove the contract power of this ox beast. Qin Xiang said, Okay, I will do my best to be careful and not alert this guy. You have to be alert as well, because if you find anything wrong, you have to immediately run for your life. Do you understand? Don't try to be brave. Su Yuqing said she did not need to walk out of the Yao Mountain Villa, so Chen Xiang did not need to bother with her. Chen Xiang was currently in a state of mist, while the ox beast was asleep. Su Yuqing was already moving, and he could feel a trace of strange power seeping out from the Yao Mountain Villa. The contract power is also a type of cursed power. It's extremely mysterious. I don't know how it was formed, but it should have been there since the creation of the heavenly Tao. Su Yuqing said, I have already found the contracted strength of his divine sense sea. The contract power tightly binds onto the savage beast soul, as though the soul is unable to be separated from it. The savage beast is also helpless against it, and if necessary, the person who placed the contract power on it can make it explode at any moment and destroy the soul of the savage beast at the same time. Fear comes from the depths of the soul, and savage beasts are controlled from the depths of the soul. That's why they are afraid and are controlled by humans. Yu Qing, you are so powerful. You are able to grasp such a mysterious power. Qin Xiang praised. All right, I'll soon disperse the contract's power. When that happens, this savage beast will be free. However, will your plan succeed? Su Yuqing said, There are so many beasts. Do we need to remove them all? Let's see what the effect of removing this head will be. Qin Xiang laughed. It should be effective. It has already been cancelled. I need to properly study the contract's power to see if it's the same as what we usually do. Su Yuqing said she was not sure how she did it, but she was able to get a small ball of red light mist. Not long after the contract was broken, the ox beast woke up. It had also discovered that the restriction of the contract power was no longer there. It let out a few loud cries before charging out of the cave.